Okay, we are back with Fever Dream 13-2. I might beat it today. It might take 3 more weeks. I don't know.
Final Fantasy
Honestly, wouldn't be
13-2.
surprised if I woke up in the middle of this as a giant bug man in 1915.
Surrender now to your heart's desire.
Come with me.
We'll see. How's it going,
We'll
Drop
be able
Grace?
to be together again, right?
Extremely helpful recap. Okay, so I'm gonna try to keep exploring here. Alright, so this is where I can farm, and I might want to farm until I get to 5,000 HP with everybody. Fortunately, that's not terribly interesting to watch, but apparently significantly far behind the curve, so that's what we gotta do now. Really wish I could understand the auto chain logic in this game. I think if there's like 5 little enemies, it would just spam Iraga over and over.
We're such a great team.
I think boosters from these guys, which let me remind myself which Crystarium that's for. It might unfortunately be for the Flanitor that I just maxed out. We were working on catching up. Lon Bonero. That needs orbs. Okay, so I might need to leave to go find orbs later. We'll see. This is substantially quicker in terms of getting into battles than it was in Academia 400 AD or whatever. I think there's an element where like AoE attacks can only hit enemies if they happen to be physically standing close to each other, but that's also extremely strange. Last time I think I happened to get Iraga off relatively early and had a like wildly different impact to health. I guess I could try to just manually cast Iraga every time. It's just... This is an interesting game because I feel like it anti-trains you how to play it. Most battles, the like effort it takes to be slightly more efficient is it's a pretty substantial increase in effort for a pretty minimal increase in reward, right? But then you have certain boss fights where playing it inattentively is like guaranteed death.
Here we go.
Seems to be substantially better than letting auto chain go, but hard to tell if Ravager is even worth using in a case where the enemies die so quickly they never stagger. I guess I could experiment with just doing all commandos. I don't think they really have much in the way of AoE damage. Let's see. Probably should use the monster ability. I can't tell whether the animation is too long. Make it not worth doing, you know? $500 CP, 1100 gil is substantially more than I was getting in the earlier area. I probably have enough level ups from doing this for a while that it's slightly more reasonable. These guys are possibly worth sticking on Ravager.
Here we go.
I still haven't played the last Get in the Car Loser DLC. That's the game that tries to iterate on Final Fantasy XIII paradigm combat. I do think it takes a lot of steps that are helpful, like completely removing the 3D element, removing like the enemy positioning element from all attacks. Generally simplifies a lot.
Gotcha. Here. Our time now. Here.
Yeah, that was substantially quicker. If I do it like halfway through the battle. Alright, so the current objective is to pound Sentinel for the max HP increases. I think I really need to pop in and do that super often. It takes a lot of battles for me to get enough points for even one level up. And then Flan Bonero, I guess I am occasionally getting orbs, so that's good. We're at Essence. Maybe we take the ATP gauge first. I don't think we swap to using this guy until we formally catch up. Indeed. You said Flan Bonero goes up to level 70? This is the kind of bug that I think I'm gonna wake up as. This whole 9 years of streaming thing has just been an elaborate dream. Okay, so they drop orbs and essences, so that's actually the enemy I want if I can get it. They drop everything I need to level up the guy I'm working on. I just really hope that it's not possible for me to brick one of the monsters by, like, having bad orb spending. Probably need to leave and go find these other monsters soonish. I guess it doesn't super matter. So I can do that to get a free ATB refill, and that's probably still worth doing.
Keep your guard up.
That doesn't seem worth the time it takes to input the commands. I was waiting till he gets to the same level, because my Ravager guy is level 40 right now. Unless if he just, like, fundamentally has better stat growth than the Scandroid. Which would be a choice. One of many choices.
Keep going. Did it. Keep going.
Shelga. This is so much more money than I was getting last week. I don't know if I could have handled these guys this quickly, though, if I didn't do the grinding I did last week, so I don't feel bad about it. I think this enemy really sucks. It does a bunch of, like, annoying status effects and shit. Okay. Healing the mana garmer. Always a treat. Well, retry, please. Thank you. Try to get peril off, among other things, I guess. I was trying to explain this game to Andrea when we were going to Taco Bell last week. The idea that you have, like, 3 character classes that basically don't have anything to do for most of the game. It's very difficult to try to pitch. It's so, like, shocking that it works that way. I guess it's nice that Saboteur starts spam casting Wound instead of just, like, standing there with nothing to do. Once you finish casting your spells. I really struggled to, like, fully articulate what's going on with this game and the first game. I know a big part of it is that enemies have a health bar, but their health bar isn't real, right? Their actual health bar, in many cases, is their stagger bar. And their stagger bar is like a second layer of their health bar that's kind of abstract.
One down, more to go.
I'd be like devilishly interested in getting behind the scenes data about the development of the first game, because I suspect they arrived at all of their systems in a really weird order. Like, it would make sense to me if they began with, okay, we want it to be super ATB, right? Almost like a real-time game in certain ways. But we still want to have, like, action menus and stuff. And we don't want the player to have to make actual choices, so we're just gonna have an auto chain button. But then, like, battles all ran themselves. So I guess because maybe the basic premise is that it's a battle system that's completely strategic and not tactical at all, really. You're making big decisions and your characters are just auto battling for the rest of it. Which I don't hate as, like, an idea, necessarily. But I'm not sure that it works. There's all this jank in here, like, okay, well, Saboteur only has, like, 2 things to do. So we're gonna make her chance to land poison be a 1 in 5 chance so that she hits it 5 times with her 5 ATB bars. I think the game systems kind of broadly make sense if we're talking about Ravager and Commando, but then everything else kind of falls apart around Ravager and Commando. So So I have to wonder if at some point in development, like whatever their core idea was just like too boring to play or too non-interactive. I suspect the stagger bar was not like one of the first ideas in the process of coming up with Final Fantasy 13. I think they had to come up with that at some point. I was thinking about a game like Get in the Car Loser, which is the same battle system. It does a lot by getting rid of the concept of jobs entirely. Like you have a character who kind of trends towards being the tank, but almost all of their tank actions also still come with them being able to do something else, right? And not just stand there and spam provoke. Yeah, exactly. It's very strange. I want to like dissect it in a lab. I want to do an autopsy. How did this happen? I think there are occasional moments where the Ravager Commando system kind of shines in certain fights. I really don't want to fight this guy because he's like substantially harder than the other enemies. I tried just switching straight to Cerberus and see if I beat him down fast. I never end up staggering him, so it doesn't really matter. No, he keeps like healing himself, like hitting himself with Thundaga or something. Not clear to me what's actually happening there. Yeah, add more mechanics to add depth. Well, it feels like there's a lot of stuff that's here because it's in Final Fantasy, so it has to be here. They feel very weirdly like tied to stuff that they probably should have just abandoned in order to make this concept work. Well, in games like Final Fantasy X, if you choose to do a status effect, there's an opportunity cost aspect, right? It's like I'm choosing to cast poison instead of doing direct damage, and as a result, status effects are kind of lame in virtually every Final Fantasy, with a couple exceptions and a couple of key bosses that there's like a known weakness or something. But the problem here is that there's an opportunity cost problem on steroids because the stagger bar is so crucial to the vast majority of encounters that any time you spend not actively building or maintaining the stagger bar is essentially time wasted towards ending the fight, right? And so being able to gauge whether a fight it's actually meritorious to spend any time in the Synergist or Saboteur roles is very difficult. And the game, I guess, could try to... I feel like the only way that this concept could work is if it really made so many random battles that were like, okay, you literally need to have Protect up. Instead of making Protect like, 10% damage reduction, and Protect is, it blocks a specific kind of magical attack, and if it doesn't block that magical attack, you fucking die, right? So you have the puzzle of learning, okay, what's the order in which I have to swap my paradigms in this fight based on what the computer is doing. But instead, like I said, the game kind of anti-trains you. It trains you to play it incorrectly most of the time. Because most battles it is perfectly acceptable to just kind of fuck around on Ravager Commando. And like if you really try to sit and optimize your paradigm shifts, you might end up saving seconds, if seconds. great. I feel like at a minimum, both Saboteur and Synergist need to be doing something to interact with the stagger bar. I don't know what, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just Saboteur acts as a shitty commando, and Synergist acts as a shitty Ravager. But it's because you have this kind of implicit decaying time limit in every battle that makes time spent in those roles feel significantly worse. Does Wound, like, pause the stagger bar in this one? Oh, it's better than nothing, I guess. This is the fight I want the most. These fights are significantly faster if I take advantage of that free ATB refill from Paradigm Shifting. Right on. Oh, that's better at least. I think maybe the problem is there's just not enough design space around the stagger bar concept. Like I said, I don't think that this game, that Final Fantasy 13 won, that the stagger bar was present in whatever their first, like, pitch for the system was, that it became obviously necessary at some point during development. I think the status effects in this game needed to be like super binary, you know, doubles your damage, halves incoming damage, or more even. It can't be like, okay, protect is plus 10% damage reduction. I'm not able to kill this guy very efficiently. He's very annoying and he does shit to heal himself, it seems like. Maybe he's just very resistant to magic damage. Yeah, I'm grabbing more design without the space for it, exactly. Must be a more efficient way to deal with this particular enemy.
Let's do it.
What are we up to here? Okay, Null's getting close to 5,000 HP. I think part of the problem though is that they don't even really try to cram that much more in when it comes to like actual battles. I mean, that's fine for standard Final Fantasy. The vast majority of like random battles in a Final Fantasy, you can, I always refer to it as the mash attack threshold, right? Like, can you make your encounter interesting enough that the player is incentivized to do something other than just press the attack command over and over until they win? Turns out, most RPGs, it is very difficult to overcome that threshold, unless if you have some crazy mechanics, like if it's like a pseudo deck builder or something. So even though you have all these unique enemies in a game like Final Fantasy X, right? Overwhelmingly, it's fine to just load into 90% of battles and just mash attack, and it's not a big deal. And then they just have kind of decided, okay, well, it's only the boss fights that are going to be interesting, right? Yeah, they're afraid of being shallow and repetitive. They put stuff in that makes it worse. That might be part of it here for sure. Alright, I'm gonna wait till I get Fraga. 419 magic. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, well, let's see if swapping him in makes my life significantly easier. Man, that's really hard to, like, eyeball. Monster catching system in this game is, like, ludicrously half-baked. It's like somebody said, oh, we should make the new Final Fantasy 13 game have like a Pokemon aspect, but then it's like very poorly thought out. Okay, so the recommended commando is the golden chocobo. And the recommended sentinel is a silver chocobo. So I might Google here where to find them. This asshole. See if it goes better with the flung arrow. It's crazy to me that like this creature is 2 levels lower than the Scandroid I was using and is like substantially better stats. Like that is very puzzling to me. FF13-2 Golden Chocobo, please God, don't tell me I have to do a giant 20-hour minigame to catch it.
Thanks, buddy. Take this.
Don't you like Chrono Trigger relative to the rest of your limited JRPG experience? Doesn't have a lot going on. You're still running into novel enemies all the time. Yeah, it's true. They're better than double damage. Well, I guess, like, the question then becomes, how many seconds... So, you double your damage based on the damage percentage in the top right corner under the stagger bar, right? At some point, you double and then quadruple your damage there for every second you spend attacking. So, like, what is the actual percentage damage trade-off for switching to Synergist for even like 1 ATB bar over the course of a battle? This one. Golden Chocobo is a recruitable monster. Its crystal is found in a dying world, a treasure cube in an alcove in the upper half of the Dead Sands. Okay, I'm gonna leave and go try to recruit this guy. Just one of the best chocobos for racing. I would definitely prefer, because what it seems like is like you have a 20% chance to land poison and you cast it 5 times. It would be much better, I think, if you just had to spend 5 blocks of ATB to cast poison and have it be a guaranteed land. Because you have the problem where if you happen to land it on the first cast, your character just like wastes the rest of their turn spamming a status effect the enemy already has. They could have maybe done something with like stacks of the debuff, right? They could have done like a monster sanctuary thing where you can have multiple stacks of poison,
Back to it.
multiple stacks of deep protect or something. There seems to be a lack of like curiosity about trying to make something like that work. Okay, let me get the hell out of here. So it's in a dying world.
Time and memory.
The upper half of the Dead Sands. Every buff on a Ravager increases the amount of chain they get with each action by 0.1. Like, just the fact that they have a buff, even if it's like Protect or Shell, it's really weird. My Flan Monero has like no health compared to my little Scandroid.
Not good.
Take this! Get him!
It's ridiculous. In a treasure cube in the upper half of the Dead Sands. The Dead Sands like another subzone here, maybe?
Get him! Now!
You did it!
They would have to like change the AI because it's really irritating that the game like can't predict that it can apply multiple buffs or debuffs in a row, so it'll just cast poison like 5 times instead of like I would rather the AI try to cast like 5 different things, you know. It would smooth out the curve a little bit and actually end up applying everything eventually. It might be my treasure cube here.
Get him! Take this! Disregard us! Get him! Take this! Get him! Take this!
This is, game definitely makes more sense if you understand it as Square Enix hubris, the game.
Come on, Mom.
Omega brand.
Well done.
Okay. I think there's supposed to be a chocobo here, like a regular chocobo I can ride around to avoid battles, but Gargonzola. Guys, Weak against magic. Okay.
Get him!
Way to go, Sarah!
Get him!
Trying to think if I've played a game that is very much about having kind of an ambitious system that has a dev team that, or at least a director that's so thoroughly uninterested in exploring the implications of it. Maybe Final Fantasy VIII with the draw system, but draw system works. It is annoying and dumb, but it's fine. The downside of the draw system is that the game becomes too easy, right? What a game, exactly, Chris. Okay. What is this zone? What is happening? Try to keep running away. I can't afford to do the red Chocobo because it eats greens every tick. Let me see if I can find... Let me Google where is the golden Chocobo instead of just using this. Where to get golden Chocobo. Golden Chocobo monster location. Oh my god, I have it muted, but it's clearly starting with a "What's up, guys? This is your boy, Empty Apartment. Here to tell you how to find the golden Chocobo. Just show me, just show me, just show me. Just show me, please, for the love of God." Okay, so I am in the right zone.
Here!
What's up, Final Fantasyoids? The Dead Sands is the eastern part of the zone. I don't think I get... Can I travel to different locations in the map from the timeline selector? I could not articulate this game's plot to you. We're trying to get lightning back. We retcon the events of the first game pretty substantially. Alright, so this implies I have to do something in the past to make this... Oh, no, never mind. It's just the Mog. Okay. Okay, I think I see where it is. Let me look on this video. It's over here. It's like here somewhere. So I gotta cross another bridge. We retcon the ending of Final Fantasy 13-1, and they did this weird... This drives me crazy. This isn't a Nomura game I think we established, but it's very Nomura-esque, very Nomura stable thing to do, to have like an established world and then like try to like throw in all these other characters as though they've always made sense from the beginning. It's fine to introduce new characters in a sequel. I can't really articulate it, but it's the, you know, weird council of guys with zippers effect from Kingdom Hearts 2, where it's like you're now trying to retroactively make this cool group of OCs like fit into your Disney game, and you're trying to make it feel like they have always fit and aren't just like an arbitrary, you know, last second insertion. And it always feels strange to me. Playing Time Cop to restore the right timeline and get her back. Yeah, and like every story scene in this game has been incomprehensible. Like, I've talked before about games that feel like they're designed for someone to like... It only makes sense if you're already inside the designer's brain. And this is that times a billion. Very intensely felt. Alright. So that's my new monster. Starts at level 1, because of course it does. And I literally just have to, like, now... I guess I regret all of the items that I spent leveling up the regular Chocobo, question mark. What's the max level for this guy? Is he already better at level 21 than my regular Chocobo? It would be really amusing if so. Regular Chocobo is level 38. I think he is. Wow. What is this game? How do I reach these keys? Chocobo 195, 148 has basically no abilities. 512. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to level this guy. I need to go... Tempted to just go buy... I think there are certain materials that are efficient to buy and other materials that are extremely, like, horrifically inefficient to buy. You're really wasting your gil if you pay for them, and it's hard to tell which one's which. So I need essences for these. So essence is level 2? I know the guys I'm farming in the world I'm currently in drop them, but... know some guy from a ruined future. Yeah. He's the new OC that we're throwing in there that's unrelated to the events of the first game.
The time foretold.
I probably still need to go find the silver chocobo. And then I'll have a full endgame party.
Take this!
FF13 to there.
This should do it! Get him!
I think the golden chocobo looks almost identical to the regular chocobo. Where are the green and silver chocobos? So showing mod and the green projection, we find Hope and Alyssa in Academia 4XXAF. Okay, I'll go grab it really quick, because why not? Yeah, it's... part of it that it's been a year since I played it, but like... every scene that's happened has been just completely baffling and unintelligible, and it doesn't help that the game is full of like filler sequences. There are very many story sequences that are like, okay, clearly we just need to give you something to do right now. We don't really have anything interesting to say about this. Okay, 4XDX.
Time and
That's crazy, Viper. I like to see the 16-bit pixel style. The first game was a disaster to try to keep track of as well. One of the most poorly told stories I've seen in any medium, honestly, not just video games. Just like truly shocking. And I know that that's because they put most of the important information in the like codex, but it's not an excuse to like present the story in a way that is completely without substance. You could tell things were happening if the relationship between them was nonsense. Yeah.
Another relaxing day.
The junk collector was in the area.
Maybe that's the way to put it. It's like 13-1, you could tell somebody at least thought story was happening. Where is Hope in this area? Oh, maybe he's back through here. I thought he was back here. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. There's a secret...
Go, Mog.
Apparently, if I throw Mog in that orb, which does not look like a thing I should be able to do, I get a silver chocobo.
The outer shell has great durability.
Yes.
Love all the like random NPCs walking everywhere. Bouncing around the bottom of the map.
Huh? That way.
What is happening? Throw Mog against the screen. Has to land on the small slanted platform under the green sphere. Oh my god. Serious about this? This is insane. Does not seem like the kind of thing the game has conveyed. It's like a reasonable secret to try to find.
Good boy.
Oh?
You're talking about that platform? Is there even like a visible like cube there or something?
Yes. Come on, Mog.
You have to land without rolling?
Yes.
Why does he not roll? Dude, I need to watch a video of someone doing this. Silver Chocobo Monster. Hey, it's your boy, Empty Apartment here to show you how to find the Silver Chocobo. You skip ahead in this video.
There are no issues so far.
Come on, Mog.
Academia 4XDX.
What a weird creature. Great.
Goes in the building. He's in the room with the green. Alright, so where does he throw from? He goes right of Hope.
All right then.
Essentially on this side of the orb. And then throws into the top of the orb.
That way.
Here it goes.
Hi there.
What the? What is it? Behavioral cycle.
Normally don't mind this kind of Easter egg, but it's like
What is it?
I want one.
What the? What are you?
an extremely bizarre way to do this.
Go, Mog. Yes.
Here it comes.
Huh?
I need to watch this video more closely. I'm just not understanding what's exactly happening here.
This is just how I dreamt it would be.
Come on, Mog.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would there be a secret from doing this? There's not like a glowing thing or something.
Over here. All right. Come on, Mog.
The video is actually like shockingly not helpful at all.
Huh?
What a weird creature.
Come here.
I think the idea is that if he falls to the bottom, it's wrong, maybe? You see if the little blue standing thing here is useful at all for me to calibrate where I'm supposed to stand.
All right.
She moves past the standing thing,
All right then.
substantially past the standing thing. How many of these are there? Several of them?
Hello.
No.
Come on, Mog.
What is it?
I want one. No good, Koopa. Come on, Mog.
What a weird creature.
Oh?
Boy.
What is it?
Can't see what it's doing when I'm throwing it either.
Right.
Here he comes. What are you?
Is there an image for this, maybe? How to get silver chocobo monster. One's standing like right here.
Fine.
It's a bullseye.
Huh?
Hope we get this off the ground soon.
What a weird creature. This is an ideal behavioral cycle.
Go, Mog. Come here.
What are you?
It seems really hard to hit the slanted platform. It keeps bouncing off other stuff, and I can't see the slanted platform from here because the thing is too opaque.
Decides we're spot on.
I guess I can try to see if I can make out.
You seem to be ahead of schedule.
Watching the video again to see if the line cuts off. It looks like it does cut off.
I want one.
Here he comes.
Come here. Oh.
Yeah.
That way.
What the?
If I could like follow his trajectory so I could see how much I missed, that would help a lot. I literally can't see the platform though. Watching this again. The problem is he aims like too fast in the video.
What a weird creature. There are no issues so far.
I know we can do it.
This is video games, y'all. This is the true meaning of video games.
You seem to be ahead of schedule.
I think if I see the line go all the way down like that, it must be wrong. I saw him
Come here.
bounce off something that time, at least. I wish I could like turn off the bloom effect so I could like make out the trajectory it's trying to take. You're saying like that little circle in the center of the slanted platform, if he touches it, you get an item that gives you the silver chocobo?
What are you?
Expecting I'm only need to have a sentinel for like a couple attacks in the final boss.
Over here.
What is it?
Still can't get the chocobo. Need more help.
Hi there.
Need someone to show me a screenshot of exactly where it is.
Come on, Mom.
What is it?
Yeah, that's the one I've been looking at. That has him throwing it from behind it, though.
What you doing?
That's like from a level down here. Okay, how do I get down there?
Hi there. I get it.
Ride one of these machines down, presumably.
Right.
All good here.
All right then. This is just how I dreamt it would be. Great.
So he stands behind this.
Yes.
Aims like straight up.
Hi.
Here it goes.
Standing further back, question mark. Right up against the edge.
Go, Mom.
Seems like that's going to overshoot every time based on the angle I'm seeing him do it at. Doesn't help that you only get one try every like 30 seconds essentially.
What a weird creature.
Go, Mom. What is it?
I guess you need to like throw him. I love all the like random running around characters with like no dialogue. They look so out of place. They look like they've been like copy pasted like Goombas in a Mario Maker level.
Here it goes.
Wonder if it's a matter of it getting stuck on one of the like flying platforms.
Come on, Mom.
So he lines up almost exactly with it, and then he moves up against the non-existent railing. Doesn't really show where he's standing on the floor, but this looks broadly right. And it seems like he just aims as high up as possible. Let me check the aim here. Try to pause it like right before he throws. Okay, so he's got some dots. No, that definitely missed, because I saw him fly over the thing that time. Now I'm playing basketball. Shitty Moogle basketball. How many dots does he have above the thing? He has 2 dots visible above the thing.
That way.
I didn't see him fall over the other side.
What are you?
Yeah, it'd be 2K Final Fantasy Edition.
Come here.
It's 2 dots barely visible above the horizon. Then 2 more visible inside the ball. Okay, well, that definitely missed.
What is it?
Try it from the other side. I don't know if there's a problem where like it's not permitted to roll off the edge.
Oh?
Well, that looks like it's visibly going to hit the center. Is that is that not it? Because that looked like that hit it exactly.
What is it? Go!
Again, it looks like I hit the dead center of the thing.
What a weird creature.
Try to get in from here where I have the best view of the platform. I feel like there's stuff that looks like it's supposed to be a hidden secret, and this does not look like that to me at all.
What a weird creature.
Silver chocobo won't catch. Silver chocobo, help please. Big floating hologram of cocoon. Underneath it, you'll see a projector-looking platform that's tilted at an angle. Romog, so he lands on that projector, and you should get it. Years 4xdxaf. Basketball is dead. 'Cause the problem is I hit the thing and then he rolls off of it. It says I should be getting like 1 gil per throw as well, but I'm not getting anything whenever I bump it. It's part of my confusion here. You really just want to ask them why exactly.
Go that way.
It looks like I'm hitting the platform every single time I try here. I did hit it a couple times. It's not, so just to be clear, this isn't even an Easter egg. I need this Sentinel to have a chance in the endgame, it seems like.
All right then.
Yeah. What a game. Could try doing it from a platform, maybe? Oh, I'm not permitted to throw while I'm on a platform, of course not. If I could get the 1 gil pop up, that would at least tell me that it's like registering that I'm trying to do something.
Great.
Hi there.
Being good.
Go that way.
Good boy.
Throwing Mog with the improved Moogle throw fragment skill turned on. Nobody said that anywhere. What is improved Moogle throw? Going to scream. Flames on the side of my face. Okay, where the there's this really stupid like casino town that's like awful and embarrassing and shouldn't be in the game. Okay.
Minstrels of old.
There, you'll meet a mystic who will teach you about skill fragments. She'll give you Mog's manifestation as part of a starter package of skill fragments. Don't let the flame die. Like I said, I'm gonna wake up as a bug in 1915 Germany. It's the natural next thing to happen. Mystic who teaches me about skill fragments.
Welcome to the Choco. I see. Do you have a Choco? You need to register.
Get out. No, I do not want to do any of this. No, this place sucks. It's like the shittiest possible version of the Golden Saucer. It's also like completely tonally bizarre in the context of the game up to this point. Look at all these like aimless NPCs everywhere. Alright, who's the mystic that I need to talk to?
The first rule of gambling, but I recommend this. If you want to shift some areas.
Some areas are still under construction, which explains why this place blows.
My dear travelers of time, I see you
Is she a
having
palette
possessions
swap of
fragments.
the Chocolina merchant lady?
Well, we're not exactly sure what they do.
Those fragments are remnants of a time past. The goddess's will is that they fall into the hands of those with the purest of hearts.
So are they something we're supposed to have, or?
You too are the rightful bearers.
This game is like an
and
elaborate
will find
shitpost. It's
more
like
as you
a
continue your journey.
bizarre fan game, right?
Come back and present them to me, and I shall grant you a humble gift.
I love that she's literally just a Chocolina palette swap.
This must be the goddess's will. Please, let time, the world, escape the nightmare it faces.
Why though? Why? Why? Even if you don't see treasure, try throwing Mog in random directions. God is dead. That system, that like, because it's like a cheat code menu, kind of. It's so out of place in a game where everything feels out of place all the time. I'm surprised there's not like a DK mode, like big head mode in there, right? What is this game? It was Academia 4XDX. Everything is out of place. Nothing is. You know what I mean, though? Like, you could... There's just basic dialogue, like, oh, there's fragment skills. You can get them for finding the fragments in certain zones. You know, as an example, here's a free one. Haha.
Go, Mog.
I'm gonna do it from the other side because I know I was able to hit it from there. You have obtained a piece of succulent fruit. So he literally just brings you random bullshit wherever you throw him. It doesn't just have a bunch of completely unconveyed Moogle throw areas that give you stuff. First try, all right.
Nice.
I think that it's time for humanity to wrap shit up. Time to put the pieces back in the box, y'all. It's over.
The time foretold.
Okay, so let me find a merchant really quick without having to backtrack from the final dungeon. Yeah, exactly. It's the most baffling kind of bizarre because like it appears sensical. Like There's things in Sonic 06 where the game is like visibly breaking apart at the seams, right? Shop discount. I spent so much money before getting that free shop discount. Breathe. In with your mouth, out with your nose. Okay, so I think all the stuff I've been getting as drops are not worth selling at this point, but I sold items that if I had held on to, I could have sold for an increased amount. I don't want to sell the Scarletite because it's a rare crafting material, I assume. Okay, well, let's just... We want to level up the stupid silver chocobo. I'm probably not going to use terribly much. What's my current party paradigm? Actually don't have room for a sentinel currently. So it is important for me to have him in case I get to a boss fight later where needing to have 3 sentinels is necessary to survive some kind of bullshit attack. Because switching your paradigm to 3 sentinels is this game's version of a block button. Like, it's basically a block button. Okay. I think it's essences that I need next. Screaming and crying and shitting and pissing and vomiting. I don't think they sell potent essences. Those only come as drops. I don't even know why I would need mana essence. God, it's so expensive. It's like all of my money.
Love you.
Why are you the way you choose to be, game? I guess you just go vitality, right? Because, I mean, you want to do more damage, but I literally can't tell what's preferable in this case.
Love you.
That's all the money I've gotten from all of stream so far. Alright, let me see what I can do with the silver chocobo really quick. I do have a bunch of orbs. I don't even understand why that is an ability. Like, if there's this goofy little, like, Easter egg to score a basket with Mog, like, why do you need a fragment skill for it to work? Like, what is happening? What is that? Why is it like this? Okay, well, I'm broke, so I guess I grind a little bit longer. We're at... Still don't have enough HP for the final boss, so... Fight this asshole real quick. Yeah, this is just regular content. Basically, I got to the final dungeon at the 16-hour mark, and inexplicably just got my ass kicked. Like, I had no trouble with battles for the entire game. Then for no reason I started having a lot of trouble. I had to leave and run around in circles to grind. I think it's one of those that this was also a noticeable problem in Final Fantasy X-2. That I tried to play Final Fantasy X-2 on stream, just kind of straightforward, just, you know, I'll do side stuff if it makes sense, but more or less just move toward the end of the game. and the game was clearly balanced around the assumption that you're like an obsessive completionist, which fine. Like when I played 10-2 when I was a kid, I certainly was an obsessive completionist, but the game like breaks down and doesn't make any sense if you don't play it as for 100% completion, right? Like especially the final boss was completely baffling the way the core mechanics of it worked. Just kind of to go in there with someone who had played through the rest of the game up to that point just fine. To me, the solution to that is to have like an optional super boss that after you beat the optional super boss, the actual real final boss becomes harder. I think I've only encountered like one game that's done that. And then if you don't do the optional super boss, then the regular final boss is fine, you know, just FF7 Sephiroth or something. It's not like particularly spooky. People speedrun this game. People speedrun everything, but I'm curious, like, what the hell they do with the whole needing to grind part of it.
This should do it. Take this. Don't hate me.
The core concept of this game is that you are constantly switching between a like deck almost of arty jobs. So the default deck that I have is essentially black mage, I don't know, fighter, knight. But you could also make one that's like healer, or tank, or black mage, or knight, you know, whatever. But you get a limited number of so-called decks of jobs that they can swap to, 6 to be precise. The vast majority of combat is solved by a black mage fighter loadout. You have 2 characters that are making that little yellow bar in the top right corner of the screen go up. You have another character that's stopping the yellow bar from going down. And then when the bar fills, everybody becomes a fighter and does extra damage, and then you win. 80% speedrun is 2.5 hours. What do they do? Compromise 10-2 is making the MacGuffins you had to collect, described in vague enough locations. They expect that you'd be inadvertently grinding while looking. Sure. Well, the problem is that you have all of these roles, right? It's a total of 6 roles, right? It's tank, debuffer, buffer, that's 3. Healer, black mage, fighter, 6. I think I forgot one. Really the game, it was only based around the black mage and the fighter, right? You can bring out a healer, but the healer essentially just treads water against enemy incoming damage. It's because of the way the game is structured, it pretty much keeps pace with the amount of damage you're taking, but doesn't like top you off in any meaningful way. Like I have a healer out right now, for example, and I still have 2 characters that are not topped off. So like, what's crazy, absolutely insane, is that if I bring out a tank, what the tank does, the tank gets 6 ATB actions like any other Final Fantasy game. He gets 6 commands he can do. And what he does is he casts provoke, 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 provoke. Over and over, forever. And my understanding is the effect of provoke is that you like pull the enemy's attention onto you, like, you know, pulling aggro as a tank in an MMO for like minutes at a time. So the fact that he like wastes all his actions just casting the same thing over and over. It's shocking that there's a class that is like so zero featured, like it doesn't do anything. It just kind of stands there. Like I said, it basically degenerates to a block button. You're fighting a boss that does a big scary attack. You swap your party to tank, tank, tank. You eat the attack, and then you just swap back to do damage again. Like, what? This enemy is really annoying. I think I need to do the debuffs to have a chance of beating it, but they also take forever to fully apply here. So one of the paradigms I just swapped to has a character who all they do is debuffs. But because they have 6 bars with which to debuff, they cast, so in this case it was, you cast D-Shell 5 times. D-Shell, 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 D-Shell. And each D-Shell has like a 1 in 5 chance to land. So if the first one lands, she just finishes wasting the rest of her turn recasting the thing that she already cast. Similarly, the buff class has a finite number of buffs that it can apply, and then once it finishes applying its buffs, it just stands around doing nothing? Question mark? I think like the system they were going for,
One down, more to go.
D-Shells by the D-Shore. What they were going for, you can imagine a version of this that like iterates on the idea and just kind of throws out the whole you're switching classes concept. Where you have like an active button that you press to like temporarily try to tread water with healing, or temporarily block, or temporarily apply buffs or debuffs or something that's not like completely changing your party makeup is the way it's presented. But effectively what you do is you switch to this, you apply a couple debuffs, you apply a couple buffs, and then you immediately swap out, and that's almost the same thing as having a press this button to buff button, right? Just with extra inputs. I think I'm especially baffled by the fact that like you have to mash the A button all the time in order to cast your abilities. Like they have this auto chain feature, but you still have to press A on auto chain for like no reason. I think anything that actually matters about timing with your actions, you can interrupt what she's doing regardless. If you want to change paradigms, you can do that after you've commanded her attack. If you want to, I guess maybe if you want to use an item, you have to do that. You have to interrupt her attack animation, but that would be easy enough to just hit press Y to use an item or something. Yeah. This game has this, it's like, this started to feel like a thing, I want to say around Final Fantasy XII, where every Final Fantasy sort of feels inherently like ashamed of itself, of like what it is. And they're trying to be, no, this is totally like an action game. It's not turn-based. And I don't know, it was always just come across as like pathetic to me. It's like, just be turn-based, it's fine. Or you know, do the ATB thing. Like, I appreciate y'all wanting to change up the formula and not make the same game over and over, but they'll often do things that still kind of degenerate to turn-based, but act like, oh, this is way more, this is, you know, this is so much better for the Western low attention span market, whatever the fuck this is. Yeah, it needs to be more cinematic. And I guess I didn't appreciate before that this game and Final Fantasy 13-1 essentially came out right before Final Fantasy 14 1.0, because that makes a ton of sense, that this game is like institutional hubris, the game. It's that Square feels invincible, that they've made all these games that are constantly well received. They feel that they can do no wrong ever. And so just like ship something that like has almost no substance to it. It's crazy. All right, let's see really quick. She's about to be 99 Sentinel and does not have anywhere near the amount of health I need. Sentinel role mastered. All right, so I think we want to do Commando next. I don't think I'm actually going to use these other roles that I unlocked, but he's better at it, so I guess I'll give him that. Okay, so he now has enough HP for the final boss, theoretically. Flan Bonero is Essence. Golden Chocobo, let me resort these guys by level. Is also Essence. One thing that drives me kind of crazy is that theoretically I have this golden chocobo whose stats are like at least twice as good as my old chocobo, but combat doesn't seem to be really progressing significantly faster with the golden chocobo out. Like, you think that that would mean that the fights would end twice as fast. I mean, maybe not twice as fast since it's 1 out of 3 party members, but there's a lot of math going on in this game that's very difficult to divine like what it means. I think it's supposed to be like a vibes thing, that you play the game enough, you kind of get the vibes for what's required to stagger an enemy and like what percentage you should be swapping off of Ravager into Commando. But that also seems like very different for every encounter in the game. $13, you mean? This one's a little bit more stupid because of the way the goofy Pokemon party member works, which feels very, very, very half-baked. They did add the wound mechanic, which when I first encountered it, if you go back and you watch the VODs, my first like hour and a half of this game, I was actually having a decent time with it because I was like, oh wow, they actually like thought about their system. They realize that every encounter essentially needs to have an inherent time limit. Otherwise, you just end up treading water forever and it feels shitty. It needs to like actively force you into playing it well, so you're not constantly limping to the finish line. But then it like heavily underutilizes the wound mechanic and then gives you access to wound potions, which I think that's a horrible idea. Like, wound potion? Are you serious? That is an illegal area of design space to explore, I think. Maybe they had a different like internal perception of what wound was supposed to be, because I definitely read it as we have this problem where we've made a game that we've made it very easy to play the game in an unfun way. We should add a mechanic that essentially forces you to play it the way we think is fun, but then we'll let you get around it with an item, whatever, it's fine, right? Like, I could like actively stop this guy from healing so much. Yeah, more options are better. Wound potions are content. Like, that enemy health bar is not a helpful gauge of your progress through the fight at all. It is like, it is such an abstract little thing to show the player, given the way that it's actually governed by the stagger bar and the damage percentage bar, which is constantly changing. Bugs are the fights I want, 'cause they actually have good drops. As soon as I get to 5,000 health with Sarah, I'll move along and try to get to the end game. I feel like it's very easy for them to create combat mechanics for bosses or regular enemies that make it very difficult to tell if you're like on level for the area that you're in. Like, regular Final Fantasies can do that. You can have an area that you go in and you can technically deal with most of the monsters, but if you get back attacked by a Malboro, you're fucking dead, right? And it's fine to have some spikes. It doesn't have to be a completely smooth, like, intensity climb from the first area to the final area, but you still kind of get a sense, okay, you know, the enemies are dying in like 3 or 4 hits versus 1 to 2 hits versus 1 hit. You can kind of tell if you're in a zone that's you're intended to deal with. But if you've noticed, every time I've teleported somewhere other than this zone, the fights take about the same amount of time, and the enemy health bar is drained in about the same way. It actually makes me curious if there's some kind of like, what is it? WoW does this thing, this like live world scaling thing, where everywhere you go, whatever content you're fighting is always like live scaling to your level. So it'll say that you're doing 2,200 damage per hit or whatever, but you're not actually doing 2,200 damage per hit. You're doing 2% of the enemy health per hit or something under the hood, and it's like secretly converting that to a number on the screen. But it's like, it's completely inscrutable to a player trying to figure out what actually is happening and trying to like get an intuitive understanding of the combat math. It's just press button, enemy, die. If you told me there was some kind of system in this game that like tries to make sure that you never walk into a battle and the enemies just die in the first attack, I wouldn't be surprised. I guess if I go back to the first zone, they probably would die in the first attack. Should practice my new Queh ability since it's different. Down, right, right, up, left, 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 left. Can't tell if that did anything, if that was worth doing. That guy is substantially harder than any of the other enemies that spawn on this bridge and gives substantially worse rewards. Even when I got 5 stars finally there for the first time. Staggering helps to do with rubber banding when you're doing 5 times or more damage once an enemy is staggered. The percent increase from stats doesn't feel like much. Right, because like the actual health bar that you're looking at isn't real. It's like a fantasy. It's a thing that you can pretend to engage with, but you're not really engaging with it for most of the fight in the way you would in any other video game. So like this enemy has full health. Now it has half health. These other enemies have been hit by incidental AoE and now have a high enough damage multiplier that the number of hits it's going to take to finish them off is going to be substantially quicker than it was when the fight started. I need to get people into the booster zone because they are dropping a lot of boosters. I need to go buy more essences. I have no money though. Well, I guess I'll leave every time I get to like 40k gil. And try to just run away from this asshole because he sucks. Let me run away, game. This is the best enemy. It has the best drops for me. I know this game didn't review super well. It doesn't have a great critical rating, but I think the fact that critics didn't say like what the fuck is this is really shocking. I speculated on this last time. I'm curious if there was like institutional resistance to shitting on a mainline Final Fantasy game, just not wanting to deal with the fans being upset if you were like, yeah, this game is like baffling. I mentioned last week too that I think game critics are much less like incentivized by the system to just be cruel to a AAA game in the way that a movie critic is more than welcome to like shit on the newest Marvel movie, right? Like there's a niche for that. It's very strange. I guess like with Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, if we're considering that to be the same sort of hubristic disaster as Final Fantasy 13 1 and 2, it makes sense that only then does Square get, you know, hit by the intensity of their fuck-ups because they're trying to make an MMO that players want to log in and play every day. It's fine if you make a quick little 30-hour kind of questionable JRPG that players are going to play and then forget about. Not so acceptable if it's an MMO that you're expecting to log in every day and play for the next 10 years. Yeah, it sounds like 13 gets interesting in the post-game. Like they actually start having encounters that make sense with the core game mechanics. Are my characters' stats independent of whatever class they're currently in? Like, if they have 5,000 health, should they have 5,000 health whether they're a commando or a ravager? Plenty of boosters here. Okay, once I get to 40k gil, I'll pop out. I just need to get them over the essence hump. The leveling system is so fucking weird. It's so weird. And it really, like, you could make a substantial error in this game with leveling your monsters. Like, a really substantial, like, cost you tens of hours potentially, depending on where you misplace your monster level up ingredients. I feel like where that came from is they're like, well, we want the monsters to level up, but we don't want to make you feel like any battle you spend with the monster you're not going to be using in the end game is a waste of time. So we'll have you get consumable items that you spend to level up monsters instead of it being like CP based. But the decisions you have for leveling up monsters are like very inconsequential, it seems like. Just the passives that change between paradigm shifts with the core stats don't change. Yeah, technical problems and major glitches get weighted heavier than baffling design because you can like objectively say, I clipped through the wall and everyone can see that I clipped through the wall, and that's an obvious example of a developer mistake, whereas design that just doesn't make sense is open to interpretation. I would love for the Monster Sanctuary devs to try to make a Final Fantasy 13 style battle system. Get them to collaborate with the Get in the Car Loser devs to kind of get a lowdown on how the system works. and then just challenge them like, okay, what design exists in here? What can you make interesting out of this? Sure, it also requires context, right? Because like making the argument that this game is a baffling nightmare, like, it's difficult to articulate, honestly. Because like I was trying to explain it to Andrea, and every time I would try to say, okay, well, it does this, and that's really weird. And she's like, well, how's that different than Final Fantasy X? I'm like, it's really different than Final Fantasy X. It's like, how is you know, switching to Synergist to cast a few buffs different from having Titus cast Cheer in Final Fantasy X? Isn't that also a waste of time? Shouldn't Titus also just be attacking for more damage? And it's like, yeah, you're not wrong. Such a weird choice to have this like grinding bridge. It almost feels like it's a mistake that like the enemy encounter rate is accidentally set too high here. Because it's not a notable bridge. There's like nothing here that indicates that you should be getting enemy spawns like every frame.
One down, more to go.
Right, almost to 40k. I guess let me wait to level up until then too, because leveling up always takes forever and doesn't substantially increase the speed at which I clear these encounters anyway, so. Yeah, exactly. They forgot to put in a spawn delay parameter on this. It's just this little square of bridge too. Like the other side of the bridge, there's no spawns. It's extremely funny. I think it might literally be true. Like, I can't explain it otherwise, because there's no other else in the game that has this behavior. It's not like the enemies here are particularly grindable, right? They're not like magic pots or something like... Or step on the wrong polygon, find a T-bow. God. Sarah. There you go. You have a bow, Sarah. It's a sword bow. I think all commandos is faster than having any Ravagers because those guys have such low health to start with. Is a sword bow better than a harp bow? Harp sword. Yeah, what does that hitbox even look like?
One down, more to go.
I think you're definitely onto something, this name, that like it's a problem of biasing towards talking about objective problems. Whereas if you're like a critic reviewing a movie, like if the movie got released in theaters, it doesn't have massive technical problems most of the time. So most of your critiques are, you know, necessarily going to be subjective, and the community is kind of accustomed to that. Okay, because I think trying to really like lay out so that anyone could understand what is wrong with this game would require hours, because I think it has to do with like very base expectations for what a combat system in a video game should be like what should happen when you press a button, what the feedback to the player ought to be. It's all very like subtle player feedback problems. It's hard to say that the design space is inadequately explored without giving like a bunch of examples of like how you would prefer it had been explored, you know? Okay, so I need essence right now, and they're expensive as hell. All that for 20.
Love you.
I need to get them out of their current thing that they're stuck in. So Flan Bonero is probably closest to getting out. Jesus. I guess I could try selling my cheaper materials. I wonder how much of the game has been balanced, assuming that I talked to that random casino NPC that unlocked cheat codes a couple hours ago. I just assumed that I was supposed to do that. Oh, I'm gonna need these. I guess I don't need the orbs anymore, but they don't really sell for shit. Could sell. There's no reason to hold on to old weapons, right? These are basically pointless. You can at least sell the really old ones. I don't even know why they kept like weapon upgrades in this game. They're so few and far between, and very much feel like they're all over the place. Yeah, exactly. How do you write that in a review? One more for Faraga, and then I'm out of the Essence window. Essence, I think, is a level 2 material, question mark. So that's... I'm gonna try to farm a different enemy for it. Just, well... No, it seems like the drop chance isn't high enough to be worth it. What the fuck? It controls badly, you can just say it controls badly, right? Augusta Tower, 200 AF, has an enemy called Orion or Dragoon with a 30% chance to drop the thing I need, theoretically. So I'm going to see if I get essences with any reasonable rate here, otherwise I'll just go back to where I was. But I still do need CP to level up Noel and Sarah to get their HP up. Getting an okay amount of HP from this. Love the Sentinel role mastered. Like, what does that even mean in this case? I love that they stops giving you abilities around level 50 because the game has no design space. It stops giving you abilities around level 50, but to beat the game, you essentially need to have at least 2 of them at 99, possibly 3 of them. Essence is tier 4, okay. What's booster then? Arkilt step question mark AF. I actually don't know if I have that one. This one maybe.
Time.
I have a bunch of boosters. How do those work? Of course, there's a separate track. Oh yeah, this is the place that had the baffling, like, weather machine thing. And like the enemy, that the weather had to be a specific way, but there was no way to know that it was really bad. Okay, so because none of my units are mechanical, I can just sell all of my mechanical upgrade mats with no penalty? Because some of them do sell for a decent amount. Great. This is not one of the enemies that I need to be fighting here. I want to mess with whatever that is.
Looks like you lost.
Sorry.
This is not worth it. This is super not worth it because the battles aren't giving me a substantial amount of CP. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go sell all my mechanical shit then because I can't use it with any of the monsters I need for the end game. See. So we gotta sell monster materials, and you said categorize. So bolts, chips. God, that's no money. That is no money. Why are you like this game? Why are you the way you choose to be, game? Why are the vitality boosters worth so much more when they buy for the same amount in the store? That was fucking pathetic. That was so many items that I just sold. My God. I'm not actually accruing very many of these based on the enemies I'm currently farming. Look, these all cost the same, so why... Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna get one level up from doing that.
Love you.
Okay, now I have Firaga, which gets me out of this tier, theoretically. But I don't actually have any crystals. I have 6 crystals in the whole game. Hey, thanks, Dark Doom Bob. How have you been? I appreciate that. Why am I getting level 1 arrow at level 62 when I got Firaga at 45? What is this game?
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Alright, well, my golden chocobo has enough health to not get killed by the final boss, but neither of my other 2 monsters do. I probably need to focus on them, but I'm also not getting crystals as drops from anything. The only one that drops crystals is an annoying enemy in the step that I was just at. Yeah, cool. Got a lot of folks that pretty much just watch VODs, no worries. Arrow isn't level 1 in this, it's single target. Is it like a stronger spell than Fyra or whatever? Okay, so I'm still not at 5,000 HP for Sarah. I think I need to be to have any chance to like finish the game, but I'll see if I maybe get there just from fighting enemies through normal walking through the level. Orbs and boosters.
Take this!
I think Flanbinero having Firaga is actually a substantial increase in kill speed here. Hope him getting arrow doesn't make him, like, actually worse. 'Cause this is the kind of game where I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, right? Where, like, then he adds arrow to his cast list. Because, like, I know that Sarah refuses to cast Firaga when there's 5 enemies on the screen.
Keep going.
This game feels AI generated. The plots, the, like,
Keep going.
game systems. Gives me that same feeling of lack of intentionality. Okay, well, nothing here. Who knows if that's the thing I actually want or not, right? This time she cast Firaga. I guess superconductors are maybe a thing I can sell for money. I can check to see if they sell for anything. Buy and sell prices in this game are utterly confusing.
Get him!
Is there any reason to not have Flanbinero eat the lower level monster that I was previously using, and Golden Chocobo eat the lower Chocobo? Like, can I, like, is there something I'd want to do with them first before I have them eat them?
Get him!
It doesn't actually give them any stats, right? It just, like, transfers some of their abilities or something.
One down, more to go.
Okay, let me do it really quick. So, monsters, infusion. Select a monster from which to infuse an ability. Resist lightning 45% is all I'm getting. Is that at least better because I spent so much time and hassle leveling that motherfucker? Oh my god. It doesn't seem worth it at all. Okay, well, I guess I'm not using the other monsters for anything, so... No roll abilities for infusion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not on the Flanator. I don't think I want to teach Thunder and Thundara, right? Because it's another thing that the computer can do that's stupid. Fine. That just replaces the strength up from before. Yeah, that... It's like they're like, we want to do this, like, Shin Megami Tensei, like, monster fusion system, but we're not going to, like, put any effort into it at all. The core mechanic of this dungeon is so bad. It's literally just a time waster. Not gonna get there in time, I don't think. We'll see. Apparently already here from a different direction. Might still not be there in time. Juan Bonero, if I see you cast Thunder and Thundara, I'm gonna, like, cry. If Sarah chooses to cast Firaga on a preemptive attack against these guys, and Flanbonero does it as well, the fight ends substantially sooner. Do you know how many fights it has to have before it's, like, optimized, though? Because these guys have been... I've fought this specific group, like, 50 times. That's based on this being populated, right?
Don't hate me. Take this! Keep your guard up.
Yeah, that was my perception. Turns out I'm getting in a lot of battles just trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go from here. Right. Libra is an item, right? I remember having a chunk of those just to make sure I could fight these guys. Although I get no feedback for casting a Libra scope.
Let's get back to it.
Gotcha.
Here!
Okay, so I think the button has to be swapped in the other direction, and there must be somewhere I can go that I couldn't go before. That's the way I came, so we don't want to go that way. I wonder if this game gets the award for the biggest waste of a time travel mechanic.
Keep going. Here!
Go, Sarah!
Keep going.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you mean. I completely agree. It's shockingly low effort.
Please just go. Get him! Now!
Yep. This is the final dungeon. No kidding. Sister's Gate Seal. Alright, now we get to enjoy the excellent use of my time here that is waiting for this to spin around all the way. I think I actually have to go that way because that's where the exclamation point is. Get on the big penis block. Eighth dungeon out of 30. I like how they tried to add a mechanic like, oh, you have to switch which of the platforms are rotating. That's like a level, right? Okay, well, I don't know what changing that from here did. Maybe it lets me get somewhere else on the other side of this thing. No, because that's the exact same of where I just was. Change this thing at all? Ugh. So, like, I think the red cube versus green cube thing works if the different platforms are, like, color-coded based on how they're affected by the cubes, but they're affected by the cubes in a way that's essentially completely arbitrary. Some of them are completely turned on by the cube being green, right? It feels like this mechanic exists solely to make this dungeon take longer to complete. I'm gonna have to wait for it to rotate all the way back around because of how long that animation is, aren't I? Why are there even two cubes here anyway? Like, because I can get that one from the middle of the bridge, and I can still get on the penis block. Perhaps I have to go all the way around to get where I'm going. And of course this has 4 degrees of rotation despite 2 of them being irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. Why are you the way you choose to be, game? Okay. That does already rotate, so I'm like, is it that I have to like freeze one of them in place? When it turns red, it freezes what it was at, and then I have to wait to get back on this block or something? And I guess I could technically get over there if I jumped while the thing is rotating. But like, why though? There you go, Sarah. Good job. So proud of you, sweetie.
Take this. Can't celebrate just yet.
So having enemies that just kind of wander around arbitrarily on the screen that affects the range of your AoE stuff is fun in Chrono Trigger. It's not fun in this game because you actually have no control over what's happening anyway, so it's like the computer seems to like anticipate that the enemy's gonna move more, and then doesn't cast Firaga because like, well, it's not gonna hit all of them. I don't think I need to go up that way. I wonder if we're gonna have another baffling, unnecessary boss fight here. That last boss fight was like so uninspired. We just like walked onto a bridge and suddenly there was a horse boss. I was like, okay, well, now that that's done. I haven't fought one of these yet. I don't know how nasty it is. Oh, Apkalu. It's a cute little like parrot enemy in Final Fantasy 14, right? Well, it's substantially easier than just about every other enemy, especially that dog that takes me forever to kill, the Managarm. What does it drop, though? It gives terrible CP and terrible drops. Okay, not worth it. Go ahead and activate the spawn from here thing. I think regardless of your opinion on the quality of Final Fantasy 13 too, I think it can be said that this is a pretty poor dungeon. I don't think there's much redeeming about this place. Why did it give me an objective marker to come here? I'm going to wait for this one to rotate. I want to ride one of those like flying tees. Uh-oh. Now I'm dead. Well, I can retry and try to avoid him. Schrodinger? This guy's like hyper resist. Do they only take damage when staggered or some dumb shit?
Got this. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm good to go. Here we go.
Doing this really cool.
I'm good to go. Here we go.
It's like Noel is just strictly treading water in terms of removing debuffs here. I think he just caught up a little bit. And it keeps trying to cast Deshelga, but it might just be immune to Deshelga.
I won't let you down.
Resistant to everything. Chain resistant 99.
I'm good to go. Here. Got this.
Isn't pain like pretty good too?
Gotcha.
Well, I have all the buffs, so let's try relentless assaulting these guys. Oh yeah, exactly. Shockingly so, actually. I don't know if there's supposed to be some kind of trick to dealing with these guys, or they will not go down.
Got this.
Starting to take a little bit of damage there.
I'm good to go.
Just have to deal with the fact that they take like no damage from anything. Probably gonna die the instant the behemoth stands up. You can't control your party members, so I desperately need my healer to pick up Sarah there, and it just chose not to. Let me just run away, it's not worth it. Yeah, if you could get them to chain cast the same thing but staggered by half a second relative to the other two, it would be the most broken thing in the game. Right? Oh, there's a new merchant here. Oh man, something's about to happen on this platform. The platform that has stood out as substantial platform.
No, do you hear that?
Your path leads only to evil and despair. It's not too late. You can still turn back.
Yule! What do you mean? What's going to happen?
A cruel fate, endlessly repeated with no hope of release. I cannot see any future.
You're wrong, Yule. I believe in hope.
Yule is a baffling character too.
Does not exist.
I can't turn back now. Not anymore. In my world, you no longer exist. A world without you is no world at all.
Sarah's like, standing here.
I do not have the power to stop you. The choice must be yours, and yours alone. Even if the future you choose is doomed.
Yule's like shadow data nomine like levels of like stupid, weird 11th hour OC injection, right? Like, what the fuck? Final battle gate seal. Okay, well, that's promising.
If we use this gate, it'll take us back to the start.
That's what you.
Let's not use this gate.
We could head back now if we want.
We should not.
If that's your decision, then I won't stop you. I'm behind you all the way. It's your call.
What is that camera angle?
Oh, hello. Welcome. You sense my lack of cheerfulness.
This
do
character,
you?
I just can't
I've just been thinking
even.
about things. If the paradox gets resolved, doesn't that mean we won't be running into each other anymore?
It's worse if you comment on the story, Chocolita. You're already a disaster.
Help you out on your journey. Don't look at me like that. You're gonna make me cry. Smile. Chocobocolina.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up needing these, as much as I'm ideologically opposed to their existence. Go broke buying Phoenix Downs are substantially more expensive. "2012 was 40 years ago."
It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. The only thing that matters is whether I win or lose in this game called life.
Okay. Why? Right, so I think the final boss must be through that door, but I do not have enough HP for it yet, so I gotta go back to the grinding bridge really quick. At least I found out where I'm going. It's like Lenin said, sometimes there are decades where nothing happens. Sometimes there are weeks where decades happen. What's the most baffling thing in this game? I feel like that proto-behemoth encounter could be a pretty significant brick wall. I guess there's also the one earlier in this stage. It's like there's two places where you can fight one with an otherwise inconsequential battle where an enemy just summons a proto-behemoth and it like destroys you instantly, which is a bad time. Hopefully I can find my way back up there. I probably can. Actually, I think I'm supposed to go that way to get back down. Chocolina is canonically the chocobo chick that lived in Saja's hair in the first game. What is this? Why is this here? Why is this like this? Does that one even rotate at all? Yeah, exactly. I think it doesn't. I think I have to go press the button. I've had it happen before, Spiky. I like I said, I had vaguely positive memories of Final Fantasy X-2 and 12, and then played it recently on stream, and just I don't know, it may have just been because of streaming it. I had to be much more attentive to what was going on. I had to be talking about what was happening all the time. Maybe I was able to enjoy those two games entirely based on vibes. 12 is okay, but 12 also kind of has problems. Like, I guess the combat system's interesting, and it's really fun to try to, like, do all the optional content and beat all the bosses. But I was really surprised at just the way 12's plot is, like, very strange and very difficult to follow and completely disconnected at all from, like, the actions of the party. But I did not remember that at all from when I played it in, like, you know, a weekend, going hard on it when it came out. I wonder if maybe playing it back to back has any sort of effect. Like, if you just sit down and just go really hard on the game and beat it in a weekend, right? That it all kind of blurs together. So if there's anything that feels kind of off or weird, it isn't as noticeable as when you have an entire, like, day dedicated to how fucking weird the game is, like I do. Yeah, everything you remember about 12, nothing to do with the plot. I can hear that. Take about 4 hours for me to form an opinion. This game is crazy. I mean, 13 already I had a lot of problems with, but this game feels like something else entirely. It's like hard to describe. Like I said, it's like they took 13, an already strange game, and then like fed it into a modern AI to like print out the design document for them, and then they sent that design document back in time to 2012. Yeah, played it in this lifetime. I'm looking forward to 15 as well. We'll do that after 13.3. When my wife was sick and I took some time off streaming, we briefly tried to start playing 15, and I remember being pretty baffled by the way it starts. Maybe it becomes more sensical over time. Actually, I don't think I want to be up here. I want to get back on that bridge. How do I do that? Fuck. I think I have to ride the T-piece. '15 has the problem of it having a whole bunch of like supplemental material that's not required to play the game, right? But clearly informs the story. Yeah. I get the sense that a lot of these cubes just make things rotate in chunks of 4 instead of 2. Do 90-degree rotations instead of 180-degree rotations. Thank you, jump ability. Holy, seemingly unnecessary jump ability. Saved my bacon there. It seemed like it was just like a weird cosmetic when I unlocked it. Weird, inappropriate cosmetic. I was hoping I could kill this guy without having to swap into buff debuff, but that might not be an option. That feral link mechanic is also really fucking weird, y'all. Like, the fact that it like considers how many frames it took you to press the input and then gives you like a score between 100 and 400%. What? Same genre as Xenoblade Chronicles X and Cyberpunk. Overly ambitious open world games that went through enough iterations of development hell, but the final result is kind of incomprehensible. That seems like it's maybe at least interesting. My kind of vibe about 15, having not played it, is that it's possibly bad, but at least like really interestingly bad. Alright, so the plan is to do this until Sarah has 5,000 HP, and then spend all the money I have, probably on Phoenix Downs, because this game biases towards Phoenix Downs being more useful than they normally would be. I'd probably need to level up my monsters more. I guess my Flanator is at max level.
Here! We're such a great team.
Hey, thanks, Kevin. How have you been? Appreciate that. I'm doing all right. I don't know if anything has crossed your desk since I last asked about it, Kevin, but you've got a open permanent game slot with a bunch of like discounts and stuff accrued. If you thought of a game you wanted to put on there, let me know. But otherwise, don't worry about it. It can sit indefinitely. Not casting Furag at that time for unknown reasons. Kafka's Metamorphosis, but I'm that green bug specifically. I still have to go to work the next day.
One down, more to go.
What is Phoenix Blood? Revives an ally from KO and grants haste. So, the theory is that if I had done substantially more side questing and fragment hunting, I would have gotten here and already had the sufficient amount of HP without needing to grind for like 7 hours. How is that possible though? Like, does side questing actually grant you XP? I guess you'll be fighting enemies passively while you're running through those zones, but they feel like they give significantly fewer CP than these guys do. Easier to imagine waking up as a robot bug than the end of capitalism. Exactly. Oh, Trails in the Sky. Yeah, I could add that. You get a few people voting for that. I know that, get a few fans. When did Trails in the Sky come out relative to Trails of Cold Steel? A lot of my perception of the things that I thought were silly about the story of Trails of Cold Steel is that it was like had a prequel problem, that it couldn't actually do anything because it couldn't change the status quo that was already established in the game it was a prequel to. Better than Cold Steel. The battle system in Cold Steel was really cool. Oh shit, I hate these guys. I don't understand this enemy's behavior. It does something. It's like in the first few minutes, it's either immune to damage or it just does something that always recovers itself to full health no matter what. Like it casts Thundaga on itself or something. That's one of my big issues with this game, is not being able to tell what the fuck is happening a huge chunk of the time. Right on. Yeah, sure. If you're down with adding it, I think you'll get some decent discount support from other people. Oh, God. My theory for today, Kevin, is that this is actually part of a dream. Like, my entire streaming career is a dream that's going to culminate in grinding in 13.2, and I'm just suddenly going to wake up in my bed in 1915 Germany as a bug. Giant bug, man. Time you find out the artifacts for hope. It's a lot less of an active grind, I see. I guess the fragment skills, like one of the fragment skills you get doubles your CP, right? So that seems like a pretty substantial reduction in grind time. I considered going for it last episode, but it stopped seeming like it was worth it, seeing how long it was going to take. I'm actually interested in 13.3 now, hearing that it came out. Well, was it developed entirely after the disastrous reception of 14.1.0? Because I guess if it was still being developed in the same, like, hubris era, I guess 15 still has hubris problems, and was certainly finished long after 14.1.0 was dead and in the ground. Oh, that's really cool, Spiky. I like 2D character sprites a lot. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how we're doing here. I am actually going to use the commando bonus. I'll switch to him often. Wow. The result of all of that grinding, I get 1 level up. Why are you the way you choose to be? Final Fantasy 13-2. Oh, okay. The older Trails game looks similar to East Origin. I do like the look of East Origin a lot. Yeah, I've seen some discomfort with the kind of generic anime dig. It seems like there's some like shitty people on the internet who will complain about anime styled games and Nintendo Directs or whatever, but I do think there is something to be said for affecting a very like non-stylized look. Because, you know, like there's lots of different anime, and there is anime that looks very different from other anime, right? It's weird to see the style like converge so significantly. This 13.3 started development around the time Squeenix started planning to shut down 14.1.0. Okay. The well isn't completely poisoned for me. I'm honestly just excited to see something different. This is like Final Fantasy 13-1, but an even bigger disaster. And 13.1 was already a shocking disaster to me. I had no idea. Actually went in that one with an unpoisoned well. I went into 13.1 thinking, you know, everything that people have been complaining about that I keep hearing about from gamers is just gamers being stupid and being like, oh, it's all a hallway. So Final Fantasy X is also a hallway. Like, linearity is not inherently a bad thing. In fact, it's often a very good thing. But I think Heat10 Style on YouTube made the point that, like, structurally, like, fractally, Final Fantasy 13.1 is a hallway. It's not just that, like, literally you're running around in the hallways, but the battles all feel like a hallway, the Crystarium feels like a hallway, the plot feels like a hallway, right? I think it's a really interesting way to think about the problem there. This isn't a hallway. This is the central bureaucracy in Futurama, right? This dungeon is actually kind of like the central bureaucracy in Futurama. Need to get a clip of Hermes like, we're about to receive a letter from the central bureaucracy. My God, it's from the central bureaucracy. Linearity is a low-hanging fruit when you can't articulate other criticisms. Yeah, I've encountered this now with a couple games on stream. The other one, I'm probably gonna end up doing a video essay for RuneScape 3. People have some very, like, easy to digest criticisms of RuneScape 3. It's easy scape, or it's got microtransactions or whatever. And, like, those are all true, but it's like, it's kind of underselling the massive structural problems that that game has, like, in its bones that aren't shared by old school RuneScape. I wonder how often that happens, that a game has some kind of obvious problem that almost is able to protect it from deeper critique. It's like the opposite of the Dark Souls 2 dudes in armor problem, right? Where, like, people hear the critique that all the bosses in Dark Souls 2 are just dudes in armor. They say the game must clearly be bad as a result. It's a totally unfounded criticism, right? There's things to complain about in Dark Souls 2, like the adaptability stat and stuff, but on the whole, it's still like a really solid Souls game with a lot of interesting content. So in that case, oh, that game's just dudes in armor, feels like it's an intellectually dishonest critique, as opposed to a critique that's like actually a problem, but heavily underselling the actual problem. I should have been pressing this button constantly during the, like, cutscenes in this game.
That just raises further questions.
Oh, that's an interesting point. The trash can snare in Metallica's Saint Anger and Jar Jar in the prequels. You're right. Those are all, they're all in the same category. Because, like, the prequels have big problems and it's not about Jar Jar, but people went and they saw Phantom Menace and they felt a vibe in their bones that something wasn't right, but they couldn't, like, articulate what it was. So I was like, okay, well, it has to be the weird, you know, cartoon bunny. Yeah, exactly. They know, they feel that they intuitively understand that they don't like it. Their brain rejected it in some way, but they struggle to turn that into a rational thought that they can, like, describe to somebody else. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think that human beings are extremely good at, like, having an intuitive reaction to, like a complex intuitive reaction to an art experience that they dislike. And as good as we are at feeling things, we're, like, equally that bad at describing those feelings. Just, like, by default. I am curious what kind of vibes get someone to kind of just exist in the space of Final Fantasy 13 1 and 2 and kind of leave the experience feeling at least, like, vaguely positive or not like they wasted their time. My suspicion is that it's, you know, the game comes out, you're hyped for it because it's a new Final Fantasy game. You buy it, you take a day off of work, you play it over a weekend. There's a cool scenes or cool cutscenes that you remember, but, like, on the whole, like, the individual battles don't really resonate that much in your mind over the course of the weekend. The whole thing blurs together into a vaguely positive feeling. As opposed to me, I think I'm like more sensitive to the stuff in it that I find frustrating, because like every second I'm playing this game is I'm not playing somebody's sub-block game or a voting system game, right? Or the next Final Fantasy game, which I'm interested in seeing. So maybe having a sensitivity to the passage of time like makes it more obvious. I don't know. Can I meet the vibes where they're at? Yes, no. My god, I only have 28,000 gil. I feel like I've been at this like my whole life. Jesus Christ. I guess as a soft goal, I can try to get Commando, Ravager, and Sentinel to 99 on both Sarah and Null. Excuse me. Like Final Fantasy as a series, my motivation to continue pushing through. Since I never really ran into major progression blockers or difficulty cliffs because you play like a completionist, you came away with it thinking that was fine. You read up more on the story because it was confusing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to feel the vibes of 15 while critiquing the fallout of its development hell. Sure, sensitivity to time plays a role, even for you, that you have a harder time playing just vibe completionist games, yeah. I am really sensitive to a game just not making sense. It really bothers me, and I encounter it in a decent number of games where this happens a lot with indie games, really more frequently than AAA games, where it feels like the designer just does not care about getting me in their head or getting me to understand what they're trying to do. And it's a very different vibe than something like a FromSoft game, because FromSoft games are like, this is the world, like, I'm not going to tell you why there's a turtle pope, like, just fucking roll with it, it's fine. And like I get the vibe from FromSoft that they know that that's going to be my reaction to seeing the turtle pope, right? But then there's turtle pope like events in a lot of Nomura games in particular that just feel completely out of left field, completely unexplained, completely bizarre, completely unmotivated, that they don't feel cool to me. They feel frustrating to me. Like, why is there a casino timeline where there's a mystic lady in a room, and when you talk to her, she looks like a palette swap of Chocolina? For no reason, after talking to her, you arbitrarily unlock the ability for your Moogle to pick shit up when you throw it randomly. Like, what the fuck? Baffling quality of life oversights, yeah. I don't mind sometimes when things are bad, even if they're like kind of intentionally bad. Like, I can feel like I can maturely assess when, okay, well, they did this on purpose, but I still think that it was a bad idea. It ultimately doesn't serve the game, even though they're doing it, you know,
It's our future.
deliberately. It being deliberate isn't always necessarily a path to my enjoyment of a game, but idiot ball plots, yeah. There's a surprisingly high number of idiot ball plots in video games. Very, very common. That's probably part of it, Viper. That's a good point, because I was just saying this about Prototype. Prototype was a pretty baffling game that I found intensely frustrating with the way it was structured. But if it had just decided, like, no, this is a like really goofy, campy game, we're gonna go hard on the camp and just get really silly with it, but it took itself seriously in this way that made it difficult for me to take it seriously. I don't know if she's gonna be able to kill it in time. We'll see. Nope. Try to contrast Xenoblade Chronicles X and 2 because they're both bad but for different reasons. But I'm much less sensitive to the way X is bad than 2. Yeah. X has weird stuff going on, but on the whole I think I enjoy that game just because of the cool big open world, and there's like things I can find to enjoy about it even if the story is kind of weird and all over the place. If they had just done a thing where they're like, yeah, 13.2, like, literally all this is just an asset reuse game. We're trying to, like, save money and make a game spending as little money as possible, so I just don't want to fight this guy because he sucks. We're just gonna go full goofy with it, essentially. That'd be nice to finish Chronicles X. Hopefully it's pretty playable without pushing too hard on side content. I know Xenoblade Chronicles 1 had the problem of like having lots of content that was balanced on level difference. It's about having or not having prescribed ways to play a game and how compatible it is to the Beat Every Awesome Game format. Casual first attempt at any % speed walk. The game doesn't show enough without obviously optional areas. For side quests to give a complete experience, it feels like loose pieces. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Akifall. I think I agree. Right, like a Souls game, for example. You know, I've never I've never platted a Souls game on stream. But all of the optional content I've wandered into has felt like extremely worth the time. It doesn't feel like I'm squeezing blood from a stone. And it does a good job of funneling me toward that side content. Like, I feel like the least interesting, most boring thing in the Elden Ring DLC was probably still, you know, significantly more interesting than that bizarre snowy level quest from this game. Let's see. I struggle a lot because I definitely accept the way that a lot of my problems with games that don't resonate with me are like purely subjective. And that it's like, you know, I'm not playing it at the right time in my life, or I'm playing it in a weird stream format that makes me more sensitive to certain problems with it. But then I feel like there are definitely problems with like this game and like Persona 5 that I feel like I could argue in a court of law that maybe people like can still enjoy the game in spite of those problems, right, and just have a perfectly fine time with it. But it's like, yeah, it's a combination of the two. I'm not really in the target audience for it anymore. I might have been back in the back when this first came out. If I had still been like a super completionist vibe with the game and just try to do everything, I might have enjoyed it more. But also, I feel like this game would probably require a walkthrough. I used to be a big walkthrough gamer. I bought like the Brady guides for Final Fantasy games. I think it was around, because I think it was the 9 Brady guide that finally made me say fuck strategy guides. Because that was when you had to like go on play online to get all your information, and the strategy guide was actually like half complete. I already had access to game FAQs at the time, but I think just that like snapped me out of it. I was like, I actually don't enjoy these games if I'm not playing them blind. I feel like having the guide telling me where to go is actively unfun. Cool walkthrough book for Unicorn Overlord. They do seem to be trending toward weird walkthrough bait. Like, I feel like that silver chocobo is, like, extremely weird walkthrough bait. Like, what the fuck is that? Why is that here? Yeah, that makes sense, Spiky. 13.3 have like a time limit or something? I feel like I've encountered this by cultural osmosis. It's like a Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. You're intended to play through it multiple times on different New Game Plus levels thing. Yeah, I think they're generally getting better about spoilers. It's not like the Brady Games FF7 guide where there's like screenshots of Eras dying or whatever.
Let's get back to it.
Prevents FOMO, yeah. I guess, again, the Souls games are games that there's certain content that's like really obtuse and not reasonable for a blind player to encounter. Like finding all the quest chains. Or getting to an entire zone in, was it Dark Souls 3? Where you have to do that weird thing with the gesture. The player messages help a little bit, but it's usually not enough. I don't know why that bothers me less. I guess it bothers me less because it feels like I'll still get a pretty full experience even if I don't engage with that stuff. While streaming, I am able to ask. But I guess it kind of enhances the overall vibe of this world is bigger than you. This world doesn't care that you're here, right? Whereas Moogle Basketball Silver Chocobo unlock in this game does not feel like it's enhancing a vibe. Fear and Hunger is another game that, like, I played all of Fear and Hunger 1, and I probably only saw, like, 15% of the game's content because I wasn't using a walkthrough. And it felt like that enhanced the vibe. I guess maybe it feels more like a problem in a game like this or Final Fantasy X-2, where, like, the critical path has been designed around the assumption that you're going to do all this side shit. And some of the side shit is like permanently missable, right? And the endgame math only makes sense if you did it. So like, well, put it on the critical path then. Don't put it in a weird optional location. Fear and Hunger fucking rules. It might be in my like top 10 games of the last decade that I've played. Really enjoying the second one. I just started that one. It's the salvation of a turn-based RPG to me. Or one salvation. I've seen a couple different takes on it that work. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm getting close to 5,000 HP on Sarah. We're almost there. I can go try to push. I don't think I can afford to do even a single level up right now. God. Love to get that stagger drain. That sounds pretty useful, but it seems like I really have to fight for it. I think the monster levels are utterly baffling, right? Like, it's already bad enough that I had a monster at level 20 that had double the stats of a monster at level 40. But then, like, those are completely out of phase with the levels for my party members as well. So, like, okay, a reasonable level is to be level 99. Like, well, no, apparently endgame level, like, 37 is fine, but only if it's a golden chocobo. Yeah, Dark Souls creates the expectation you need to find and figure out stuff on your own even if you're trying to crit path. But FF games don't signal that, I would agree. I have 99 superconductors yet. $46. Oh, 13-3 result by Triace. So totally different team from this one. That is the best sell anyone has given me for 13-3. Different people? Oh my god. That's great.
One down, more to go.
This one's not different enough from one, and the ways it is different are often like doubling down on what made the first one bad to me. I worry that this whole mechanic is kind of a dead end. Like, I really think that Getting the Car Loser tried really hard to like do what I would want, which is for an indie game to take the concept and like really try to play with it and see if there's anything to mine out of it, but it runs into the exact same problems. It's significantly more tolerable in Getting the Car Loser. Like, they've removed a lot of the crust. Final Fantasy XIII's battle system feels like a pizza that's like... like 80% of the radius of the pizza is crust, and then there's a little bit of toppings in the center, right? I mean, I like crust, but I don't like crust that much. I'd like some cheese and pepperoni and sauce, please. Resonance of Fate was killed by 13. Someone with the guns. I forgot what enemy I was fighting, this annoying asshole. Traditional pizza or dessert pizza? So it has pepperoni and chocolate chips on it? Yeah, so I guess if I'm using the analogy that Final Fantasy XIII's battle system feels like a pizza that has crust that goes like 80% of the way across the radius, then what Get in the Car Loser does is it removes all of that excess crust on the outside, so you just have a little like personal pan pizza like you would get from a, you know, Express Pizza Hut or something. And that's nice. I'll have a little personal pan pizza. That's cute. It's not going to fill me up, though. I probably need to get some breadsticks, too, right? The rest of the toppings are in the data log. You have to explicitly tell them to deliver them separately for you to put on yourself like a Lunchable. Yeah. Well, I guess I was only talking about, like, the potential of the battle system. Because I definitely buy that there's something good within Final Fantasy XIII 1 in the story if you're willing to do the delving to make it good. But I think that this system is kind of like, it's kind of a dead-end concept. It's an interesting like design fantasy to come up with, but there's just not too much you can do with it. There aren't too many different encounters you can really craft. I think as soon as you commit to the stagger bar being the main like thing that you're interacting with in battle, and you commit to the stagger bar being a thing that you have to have pressure maintained on it, it instantly makes any other action that's not raising the stagger bar or maintaining the stagger bar way less interesting. It like makes the existing just spam attack problem in every Final Fantasy game like a million times worse. Best way to kill the super boss is to poison it to death. It's pretty funny. And then just like tank the rest of the time, tank and heal. Sure, right. I actually am relatively impressed with the amount of design space in a game like Final Fantasy X, right? Like, it doesn't matter for the vast majority of random battle content, and it doesn't matter for even the majority of regular bosses, but it shines a lot in the monster arena, and they manage to do some stuff with the bosses that make them feel pretty distinct from each other. You got a decent number of bosses where there's like an interactable that you have to fuck with occasionally, or like I cannot tell you a single boss from Final Fantasy XIII 1. Like not even one. I don't even remember who the final boss was. Yeah, and it's like games can be annoying in a way that's like interesting, for lack of a better word. I think I referenced it recently, but there's that design delve video that's talking about Blight Town in Dark Souls 1 and how it's like it's kind of badly designed. Like anyone could argue that it's kind of just bad. But that it's bad in an extremely memorable way, and it maybe deserves to exist in the game, and that if you remove it due to it being bad, the game becomes less interesting as a result. So there, I think there's a lot of fights that feel like that in like a game like Final Fantasy X, like Unalesca having this awful Megadeth attack that she does on her face transition. That's after this horrible, unskippable cutscene. Well, the cutscene's cool, but it's not cool the second time or the third time. Or like Evray on the airship raid. Okay. So we're almost to 5K. A couple more of these and I should be good to go. Fingers crossed. I almost only ever encounter this problem with online, like live service games, like MMOs, or games like Path of Exile. But I can't stand it when developers seem to understand that there's a problem with their system, and then instead of like making a drastic change to fix the problem, they just iterate towards fixing it in a way that's like baffling and infuriating. I feel like this game's Crystarium is that. The Crystarium in Final Fantasy 13-1 is kind of bad and annoying and stupid, and you should just like have a single track that you level up on, and you shouldn't have to go in the, you know, the menu to do it. And this one is like close to getting us to the point where you just level up and get stats normally, but like, no, we still need to have, the player needs to feel like they're spending points. You're not really making any significant decisions. They added a grand exchange for every stackable item in PoE. They finally did it. It's interesting to hear. So you don't have to use fucking trading sites for it anymore. I still wish that game was broadly playable without trading, but I was like completely baffled by the fact that it had warped into a game that was essentially about trading and did it in the stupidest possible way. Trade items the normal way, but currency you can trade basically very easily now. Color me impressed. I thought that was a line in the sand that they were never going to cross. It seemed like that was their attitude about it. 5,000 HP. All right, get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, Null has close to 6K. That's nice. I actually don't remember how to get out of here. I think I have to ride on the T block. Gold was just added. It's interesting. That's actually pretty funny. I feel like the game not having a standard currency like gold felt like an almost foundational feature of the game. But it seems like a correct choice, right? It's Path of Exile adding gold and a grand exchange like marketplace is the equivalent of like Homer Simpson crawling back through the doggy door, and he has to get his job back at the plant. Try to get this guy to despawn in time to jump on that E block. I'm gonna miss it. God damn it. This is a pain in the ass. Make it harder to sit in your hideout and flip currency. That's good at least. That was a big problem with Diablo 3, is that arbitrage was a better way to play the game than playing the game. Oops. This might actually take me back up top It did, because that's where I left my shortcut. I calculated. All right, let me go ahead and get like enough items to level up a character a couple times here. Or just get Phoenix down, since I probably need those more urgently. How long it takes to farm here. Hopefully that's enough here. So it's boosters now? No. It's crystals now. But it would be for my silver chocobo if I wanted to try to catch it up a little bit here, because these guys are already out of the buyable range. I'd really like to get that magic plus 25%. Really? Like his whole stat? Oh, Christ. Where do I get crystals? Jesus. Moblins and micro chews. So why are there so many things that drop in the steppe? Are there just like lots of different enemies that spawn all around the place? That's fucking goddamn it. Where are you like this game? Moblins and micro chews.
Time.
Where to find micro chews? FF13-2. Micro chew. All but stormy weather conditions. More likely to appear when it's sunny. Which is now. What are you supposed to be doing? Like, this place seems bereft of content. Like, is there just, like, side monsters to kill or something?
That wasn't even a warm-up.
Getting to the zone really turned me off in 13-1 because it definitely sent the vibes of kind of like an unfinished open area where the game just kind of ran out of shit to do and like was trying to impress you with how big the animals were that were walking around, but it was all like the same big animal everywhere. I just want to get one level up for my Ravager here. I'm gonna spend a bunch of time here. There's a specific sub area I need to go to here. Southwest, maybe. Hey, Cactuar. Wow, what a boring Cactuar fight and drop. That's really funny. Currency flippers at a hideout with a short load time. Video games, indeed. These the marshes? Oh, this is the thing I need. Lack of familiar monster varieties is kind of an interesting choice. I know they were trying to do a couple things like, oh, it's like a bomb. I definitely got the sense that there is like PS3 woes here where it's like, shit, we want to make really high fidelity monsters. We can't have as many monster varieties as there are in a game like Final Fantasy X. There's just no way.
Everyone.
Great. Very annoying enemy. Probably gives less XP than I was getting in the final dungeon. Sure does. Sure does. Yeah, Goblin Enhancement sounds like a Dragon Quest ability. I would love to, like, spend a bunch of time trying to sit down and contrast this game with Dragon Quest XI specifically. Because Dragon Quest XI also has a lot of weird, enduring, bizarre franchise decisions, but it is a very like comprehensible game and comprehensible story, and the weirdness is almost like charming in a way.
Come on, Mog. Come on, Mog.
Is this just to like change where you spawn? I don't know why they're all cactuar statues.
Go, Mog.
This is a video game. Undeniably is a video game. Okay. Forgot about that juggle mechanic. I think I hate it. really running into these micro chews. This place just feels so depressing to me. Maybe it wasn't as depressing in Final Fantasy 13-1, but it feels so... Look, it's a big empty area. Isn't it impressive, the scale of the area? But it, like, no, like, the Calm Lands kind of is. The Calm Lands has this, like, striking effect of the whole game hasn't looked like that up to this point, and there's, like, a story reason for why it's so huge and empty, right? And the enemies there are kind of interesting and are pretty high variability depending on what parts of the map you're on. And there is stuff to do on, like, the edges. There's, like, the monster arena and the shop you can visit and stuff. Just run away if it's not the microchew guys. Great. Can I just do this yet? Killed a couple of them now. Oh, good. 666 magic, nice. Okay. Well, we'll see if that actually makes a substantial difference. I can get out of here now. That's the only reason I came here. Excuse me. Actually, I might want to make sure, because I'm very suspicious of that save actually working, since it doesn't make anything happen on the screen there. So I'll make a save here, just to be sure. Yeah, it's extremely gross. I hate IP crossovers like that. Universally feel bad and make the game feel less immersive.
We better get moving. Hope's cocoon is just ahead.
Time to turn around and go back and farm for another 3 hours.
Are you watching? I shall fulfill my promise. You are suffering the land.
He really doesn't look like a Liam O'Brien. Oh, you're like a cool Bahamut guy now. Where the fuck have you guys been? As was the style at the time.
Hope is here.
Good. You're okay.
Of course we are. Just took a little detour.
Get on board. He's the best pilot we have. Quickly.
Hang on up there, you kids. You're on the Saz Express to the sky.
Take her up, Dad!
This game does make me appreciate Final Fantasy X-2 more. I probably had my lowest possible opinion of that game after playing it recently on stream, but now playing this, it's a disaster, but it's quite a bit less of a disaster than this is.
Hey, Sarah. Dad says he misses your classes.
Friend of yours?
We can catch up
Not really.
Let's go, Caius. Want to see how well you've trained me?
Chaos Bahamut, sure. Whatever you say, game. We're here to kill chaos.
I'm good to go.
Even Landy Shell? Love Noel just has fuck all to do right now because he finished buffing. Alright, fine. Probably some attack I have to use Sentinel combos for. Like that one, perhaps? No, it didn't obliterate me that bad. Hey, I landed D-Shell. Chaos Bahamut is fanfiction shit. I would totally agree with that. That's kind of what Nomura and his ilk have felt like this whole time. Sort those better. I hate wound potions. How dare they undermine their coolest idea for the whole game? Jesus. That's so bad. What is my Imperil land chance? Is it like 1% or some stupid bullshit? It definitely makes it feel bad to even try here. There's Imperil. In terms of like the actual like output of Chaos Bahamut, I know it's phase 1, but that felt like substantially easier than almost any of the random battles I was doing in the immediately prior zone, where frequently I would get into a random battle, and if I wasn't managing my paradigms correctly, I would be down to like 1 health basically immediately.
You still don't know the truth, Sarah. You are the same as you. You can see the timeline. Even if you save your future, you will not survive to see it.
I know the truth, Caius. I know that every time I change things, I lose a part of my life. But don't you see? I don't care. I'm here to protect the future. And I will!
I think it's really funny that this game decided to retcon the ending of 13-1 for no reason, right? It could do it in service of something interesting, maybe. Oh, great. So being afflicted with, like, control removing status effects always feels bad in any of these games, but it feels, like, shockingly bad when you're only controlling one character and when you're kind of prompted to mash the A button. So when you get hit by those attacks, you just start mashing the A button and it makes an error sound repeatedly. Just gotta re-raise.
Your time is short. Wings of darkest night.
Wings of Darkest Night. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't like when the computer can juggle me. Only I may do that.
Take this!
I love Noel just standing there doing nothing as a synergist once he's done buffing. That's really funny to me that they thought that that was acceptable as a game mechanic, right? Again, it's like shocking. Chain break, rude. An extremely lame form of pressure. Super boring. Does Dispel have an accuracy component? I think it does, doesn't it? Did you say rest in chaos? Shut up. My god. This is such a stupid fight. Like, it's fine, I'm not losing, but it actively feels bad to play. It feels like when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons and the DM has this uber cool DM PC who comes in, right? And it's like, okay. I'm proud of you guys that you think Caius is such a cool guy that he can juggle me constantly.
Face your worst fear.
So far, these first two fights feel totally reasonable, and I feel like I could have done this without 5,000 health, so I'm going to be really annoyed if, like, his final phase does an attack that you basically need 5,000 health to survive. Because if I had just come here directly without grinding for 7 hours, I would have felt like it was pretty doable and then just been fucked at the last second.
Her spirit is bound by a curse.
He has a sword shield he holds backwards, so you know he's cool.
How many youths have you met on this journey?
Like 4.
The jewel of the Farseers is reincarnated without end in every age. Think what that means. Her only purpose is to die over and over. Even though she can see the future, she's not allowed to escape her fate. She is born knowing that she will die before she has truly lived. Countless deaths without a life to give them.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun idea, but, like, we didn't really explore it, and also it's the bad guy who's upset about it. Yeah, you suddenly get too hard after I've advanced this far on the first 2 phases. It's definitely time to death problems, right? Like, if they want you to have 5,000 health and he needs to open, the very first thing he does is hit you for 5,000 HP, right?
Look at the sky! It's tearing apart!
Going to Lightning Town, Valhalla, or whatever.
We can catch him!
No, Hope, not you!
What about...
You have to protect Camille and Fang!
You're right. I'll see you on the new cocoon.
Okay.
Don't be late.
Okay,
Count on it. This isn't goodbye.
yeah, we'll be there. And Lightning will be with us.
Take care.
Okay, kids, let's do this.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I had this complaint frequently with 13.1 that there's no emotional core to it outside of, like,
Okay,
maybe 2 scenes in the game.
here we go.
I want to ask what's even happening, but it'd be pointless.
It's Valhalla.
This is Odin. Is Lightning trying to help us?
I think she sent us a present. She's watching you try to save the future and lending you a hand.
Not just me. She's helping you too, Noel.
All right. Probably felt the need to get. I guess he's had re-raise the entire time we fought him in the past. Oh, he just has inherent regen. That's fun. Undispellable regen. It does feel a lot of the time like Saboteur exists to just like put you on an even playing field with enemies. That's the worst way to do status effects, I think. You want it to feel like, you know, going to the trouble of applying a status effect is putting you ahead of the curve a little bit. Just to make sure poison just is directly counteracted, I suppose. Or Noel just standing there doing fuck all, as is his way. Oh, and he gets to remove all his debuffs. Cool. Yeah, well, Ultima didn't hurt very bad, so that's nice. And he gets used to Dispelga. Okay, so Saboteur and Synergist are completely fucking pointless against this asshole. That's really funny. He is getting me relatively low right now in ways that probably would have been a one-shot if I had come here at the start of last stream. Where's my wound potion?
Here we go. I'm good to go. Here.
Pious Ballad. Fight Nomura's OC.
Get up, Caius.
You cannot kill me, not now.
Ready?
Together now. You think this'll make you happy?
Which you are you talking?
I do keep coming back to the Zack Snyder comparison of having a good visual sense of things that should appear visually epic, but not knowing how to, like, make that connect emotionally at all, right?
Who collected flowers? They all died. All of them. Before my eyes.
Despite that, she chose to live again. So she could be with you. I only ever knew the one you were. That was enough.
You don't have to cry. We will meet again.
Pious Ballad.
She was smiling when she died. She believed in the future. She knew we'd meet again. Think, Caius, think. Was it really a curse? Was it forced on her by Etro? Do you really think that you wanted to die and not come back? Of course not. You wanted to come back. Every time she died in your arms, she wanted to come back. She knew her next life would be short. She knew! Because she wanted to see you. Again and again without end.
Enough no more.
Why won't you believe me?
Because we need to fight.
Now what?
Phase 4? Sepulchre Reavers is pretty great. Have you seen that that video where they're talking about the KFC chicken pizza? They called it a cheesa, and they play clips of JoJo Part 2, where they're talking about Caesar dying, and they're like, cheesa!
It's up to you to keep hope alive.
Thanks, Lightning. Oh, cool. We got a cool little floating platform, little Final Destination platform. And two Bahamets. That's more than we usually only have one Bahamet in a final. There's 3 Bahamets? Oh my god. They can't top this. Well, there could be a 4th, but Jesus Christ. It's like fighting Sephiroth in space in FF7 remake. Like, what is happening? Okay. 4 is too many. Garnet Bahamut. Okay, hot take. Weird variants of Bahamut are like indicative of a rot inside of Final Fantasy. Like, it was cute in Final Fantasy VII, but it's been happening now for a very long time. I would have to think on how to articulate it better, but it's like, it's believing that you've come up with a new, like, prefix for Bahamut is a substitute for, like, telling a compelling, emotionally charged story, right? The platform is the 4th Bahamut. It's like a stylistic substitute for an idea. I hate it. Alright, I get dispelled constantly, so that removes the relevance of a roll, which is fine. We need Bahamut. Yeah. Maximum over Bahamut. Yeah, so we've had 3 phases before the 3 Bahamut fight. If I had come here originally, making it fine through the first 3 phases, maybe even struggling on the 3rd phase, and then get annihilated on the last phase, that would have been so annoying. I'm wondering if they're going to do a you need to kill all 3 of them at the same time kind of a thing here. Turns out there is no context. It's like, Gaius gets mad, and now there's 3 Bahamuts. Sure. And you're on a Final Destination platform for some reason, right? Yeah, I hope I can just say having exotic Bahamut flavors is symbolic of the rot inside Final Fantasy without having to articulate further what I mean and have people get what I mean. Break curse. Attitude shifts. Oh, it's Jet Bahamut. I love that it's Garnet, Amber, and Jet. That's even better. Bahamutra. Bahamutaga.
I can still fight. Here!
What's his Mega Flare gonna be? We've already done like Peta Flare, right? Yato Flare. Sex Flare. Ludicrous Flare. Exa Flare was less threatening than Terra Flare.
Is it over?
Do you think a potion actually have a time cost? Small time cost for Sarah, I guess. Dying Sun seems like a thing I should probably try to block. Appear to have been correct. You motherfucker. Alright, so he does regen and revive them, but...
Here we go.
It's multiple different phases, I guess. Revives. Femto Flare. Yeah, there you go. Teeny tiny baby flare. I feel like you literally need wound potions for this fight, annoyingly. Alright, well, Apparition Ray turns out. Shit, I keep using it on... Does it try to, like, smartly use it on the dead person? Alright. That explains why. So I needed 5,000 health for that one attack. That's really funny. Like, super unnecessary. It seemed kind of in trouble there. I'm totally you're fighting 10 to the 30 Bahamut's. Yep. Can you give me a chance to switch paradigms? No. Was there any other kind of conveyance that he was about to do that? I guess you probably have to deal with more of the other Bahamut's the worse your level is when you come in here, because I might only have to do 2 phases of it here. I didn't see the counts. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't see it. It seems like it's a really important thing to display to me. Oh, come on. He's got like 1 hit point left. Are you serious? Is he scripted to have at least 1 more phase or something? That's so annoying. God, that fucking blows. I can check. Yeah, I physically can't select him. Sarah did organically survive with like 50 HP left. Phase 5. Damn, it was really hard to be 3 dragons at once. His character design is ridiculous. He's got what looks like a tie that he's untied, but he has like little clamps to hold him in place.
Yule is reborn because of me. Then I have to die. We must free Yule. Kill me.
I didn't see the cooldown. I was waiting for him to do an attack like that and just suddenly saw that it froze me in a cutscene. I feel like all the visual shit they do in this game makes it actually harder to understand what's happening.
I wouldn't want to kill you.
Lightning is dead. I killed her with my own hands. Will you allow me to go unpunished?
He's lying.
In Valhalla, time does not flow as it should. Long before we began our battle here, I had already faced her. Now, she sleeps, never to wake. Things that shall
3 sets of Knights of the Round.
In my own past.
Knights of the Round, Ligmas.
Then you should know you can't provoke me. No matter how hard you try, I'm not going to kill you.
That's right.
Knights of the Round, Bofidis.
Kill anyone, don't you? No, born at the end of days. You understand the true value of
Knights of the
life.
4-dimensional sphere.
But know this. You will kill me, Noel.
Well, it eventually is about Noel, right? Like, who cares?
The moment I cease to exist, you shall be released from your fate.
Show mercy. Womp.
Give it up. I won't do it.
Impressive.
No!
He who can change time.
Sarah definitely feels like a bystander in this story.
You must bear
It feels like a bad fanfic, right?
the eternal paradox.
I'm glad my decision mattered. That was actually kind of interesting. Like, that might actually remember that. I forgot this game had QTEs. You can't do branching paths because it would be too expensive, but they could at least have 2 mildly different cutscenes at the end, I guess. Okay. See, like,
No,
he sucks as a villain because he doesn't.
wanted to come back here.
Why is he fighting us? Because he wants us to kill
Come
him?
back here to die.
He thought if he did, he could end Yule's cycle of rebirth.
Yeah, exactly.
This way, all the Yules that are called back to Valhalla.
And like, that story concept is a good concept. I don't hate the idea of like, oh, there's this guy who's sad because this lady keeps dying over and over.
In the end, he believed what you told him.
But a lot of these games have the problem where like people are fighting because like we're fighting.
This is a world that gives birth to infinite possibilities. But that's all there are. Possibilities. There's no death here, but no real life either. The Yules that returned to this place chose a different fate. They wanted to be born again. They didn't need immortality.
So what percentage of this game has fuck all to do with Final Fantasy 13? I think the answer is
Caius wanted something different.
less than 10%. If you think about the actual like core story through line, stuff that's established in 13 that's followed up in 13 too. This is almost a completely different story that happens to take place in the same universe and feature a couple of the same characters.
Find my Yule. It doesn't have to be forever. Just I want to be with her in the future.
Now, why is this a sequel to 13? I think it being a sequel to 13 makes it all the more baffling, right? Because if it was just a standalone story about this guy, Noel,
Never wanted to hurt
and this guy, Caius, you could tell that story and not have all this fucking baggage from 13, right? It's bizarre.
I didn't want to lose any of them. No one deserves to
Nomura
die.
et al. This isn't Nomura, but the Nomura stable have committed this sin several times, I feel like.
Farewell.
Because, like, you know, you think about a good prequel like Better Call Saul, right? Probably one of the best prequels ever made. One of the most compelling pieces of media ever produced. You know the fates of almost all of the main characters in the show before you watch it. But like the fact that it takes place in the Breaking Bad universe is like super crucial. It's not just a completely unrelated story. Like all of those characters show up, they play important roles.
Timeline change, did you see anything? I mean, did you feel any pain?
No, I feel great.
Good.
What the hell triggers other endings?
Okay.
I don't think she's here, Kubal.
Wait, you don't think that Kai is...
Like, yeah, we go and we talk to Hope, and we visit like Sunlith Waterscape or whatever areas had iconic music tracks that
Along with everyone else.
were enjoyed outside of the scope of the game. But if you cut all of those things, like the core story wouldn't be different.
We better hurry on back.
Right. So this will take us to 500
The true ending for sitting in the casino for 3 hours, look at every fragment.
500 years in my future.
Beautiful.
Maybe lightning will be there.
It was the future Lightning fought to protect. It's the start of a brand new era.
What about
Well, this
Kai?
was a waste of fucking time.
They'll be there for sure. And don't forget, Hope is in that
And not
town
in
as
like
well.
a, oh, this is a cute little like character study that doesn't have
Everyone stays where they are.
meaningful consequences kind of a way. And
Look into the sky and see the new cocoon.
this didn't matter from any conceivable level. It's basically like a filler episode in like the most negative sense of filler episode. I am annoyed that people are currently using filler to mean something that doesn't advance the plot. That's fucking stupid. I mean, like, no, literally they had to like shoot extra scenes because the manga was behind the cartoon and the cartoon had to like fill for time, right?
The shield has been deployed. Major fissures detected in the pillar. Collapse is imminent.
Yeah, it's not just needlessly in the same universe. It tries so hard to present the stuff from the first game as being more important than it really should be.
Come on, Saz.
Just call this like Final Fantasy Null. Final Fantasy Caius. They would have had a much easier time. Well, I guess. Well, okay. Here's the problem. They needed to reuse assets from Final Fantasy 13, right? That's really the problem. They need to reuse assets in the system.
Now they can rest.
That's why it's in the Final Fantasy 13 universe. But it doesn't feel like Majora's Mask, right? Majora's Mask reuses Ocarina of Time assets, but it's like a totally different story. It has nothing to do with Ocarina of Time at all. And it's beautiful because they make it pretty clear.
Director?
13 Gaiden, there you go.
Sarah and Noel will fix it. They just need more time.
The pillar is coming down.
Absolutely awful. Music made me laugh because it's like, it's meant to like make you go like, oh yeah, I'm connected to this. Okay. Yeah, started with 8. It was cute in 8. I think its use wasn't amazing in 8. But that's because I think Sakaguchi left the game like halfway through and they kind of had to cobble it together based on his notes. If you imagine this scene like as it's written and, you know, written down as they were imagining it, I think it works. But in game, it's kind of abrupt and weird. I like it in 9 a lot. It's really good in 10. Goodness, music from Symphony of the Night.
This is our ark, our haven. It will be called Benevelza, and it shall be the new home for the human race.
You sure you don't want to call it like Sphere Bahamut Town? Bunavelza. I'm really sad that like Barkley 2 got canceled because this is the perfect game to like base Barkley 2 on, right?
Hey! Look, the heroes are back!
It says.
What does Bunavelza even mean?
Nice catch.
Welcome home!
Thanks.
I've never been able to put my finger on this feeling of like Nomura's stable of folks, but they have this attitude that's like, yeah, the shit we just did, the shit we just said, that was so effortlessly cool. It's like pretentious, but pretension usually involves a kind of like air of anti-populism, right? Of like,
It'll be good to see everyone again.
people aren't gonna get this.
Yeah.
Right? I'm above people getting it. It's like a Jonathan Blow thing, right? Whereas here it's like, that was fucking awesome and everyone's gonna fucking love it. And I know that with 100% certainty that Bunavelza is gonna make people playing this game go like, fuck yeah. Bunavelza.
It's the end of our journey.
I'm sure it's like, I don't know, a Avada Kedavra,
Hey,
Hindu, Buddhist, something, some mythology reference, right? But
thank you.
it sounds cool when you read it in katakana, right?
Sarah. No, not now, please. Sarah, snap out of it. No! No. Sarah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Right. They're like, we're going to show this off because of how fucking cool it is. Exactly. It would be like if he called it Midgar or something, right? Like a word that would mean something to the audience, potentially.
You were safe.
We're going to call it Yevon Town.
The future changed. It changed.
Bunavelza.
If you change the future, you change the past. The effects ripple outwards, up and down the timeline.
Yeah, the ballad still playing is really
See, it's supposed to
inappropriate.
see
Exactly, Kevin.
You mean Sarah? She saw this vision?
Yes. And it killed her.
It doesn't fit at all. It's so totally inappropriate.
She knew the risk.
They wanted to play the song, though. You got to have the ballad.
If we altered the future, she knew what would happen. That her life could be in danger.
I'm just picturing the ballad song from Katamari 1.
I
Love.
wanted to protect her. I thought I had. I thought she was safe.
If your time travel rules are more complicated than Back to the Future or Bill and Ted, you should just reconsider everything. This game is probably the biggest misuse of time travel I've ever seen. Like, there's so much stuff you can do with it, and it used it for such, like, profoundly stupid purposes.
The goddess. She is gone, Kubo.
Mog dies? Mog dies. This is like a Space Jam 2 ending. Bugs Bunny dies for our sins.
The heart of chaos beats in my chest. A manifestation of Etro. Should this heart stop beating, the goddess will die once again.
I killed.
I don't want them to do that dumb shit, but they've
Goddess?
got plenty of like place locations and meaningful words in Final Fantasy history that they could say to just make the player go, ooh, I know what Bahamut is.
When the goddess dies, the chaos of Valhalla is unleashed. The chaos has the power to warp the timeline and destroy the past.
Just don't present it like it's like a word that the audience is gonna be like, oh, fucking, that's fucking cool as hell, right? Like maybe Buna Velza is like really fucking important in 13.3, but we don't know that right now. So like, I'm not in your head, dude. Like, I'm not gonna be excited by that. I'm just gonna be like, what? I've encountered so many like indie devs who write like this, where they're like, oh, I know this is gonna be super cool later, so I'm gonna say it now. It's like, why? What? To be continued. Well, it's kind of neat that there's like a Empire Strikes Back bad ending that comes out of fucking nowhere in the middle of a like fun ballad. What the fuck? This game was a disaster. This game with 13.1, I felt like 13.1 was a disaster, and I felt like I can argue in a court of law for why this game is bad. But I can understand why people were really into it and why people still kind of stand it today. This game is everything that I had a problem with 13, but like turned up to 11. The first hour felt like maybe they were going to do something interesting with it, but it just went completely fucking off the rails. It makes no sense. It's tonally inconsistent. It's structurally inconsistent. The battle system is bizarre. The side quests, all the ones that I did, were just like stupid and insulting. It is one of the worst things I've ever put into my brain, and I can't believe that it exists, and I can't believe it has a... Okay, Metacritic, checked this last time. It has a 79, generally favorable, right? Like, what is this game? Soundtrack's okay, yeah. I have, I think, almost nothing positive to say about this game. Let me think about it, because maybe something was even like slightly cool. I guess if I crook my neck, I can imagine that the premise of Caius and Yule and being sad about a time travel lady who dies all the time maybe has some emotional weight to it in the abstract, in theory, but it doesn't in practice in the game, so that also doesn't work. Other M was at least like fun bad. This is just ridiculous. I don't know why it's here. It feels very cynical, right? Like it's here to just make more money in a way that I haven't really detected from other Final Fantasy games that have been bad or had issues. Like, I guess 10.2 feels kind of cynical, but it also just kind of feels like a bunch of people that aren't Sakaguchi fucking around in a property that they've been given free reign to ruin, right? It feels very like, you know, bad fan fiction-y, but this is beyond bad fan fiction. Yeah, the other M had the cut to the alarm going off. That made the whole game worth it. This is shocking. It's really shocking. I think everything I had, that most of my problems with the first game were the combat system and oh, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. What we've just seen is one of the most insanely idiotic games I've ever played. At no point in its rambling, incoherent plot was it even close to anything to be considered a rational story. Everyone in the room is now dumber for having experienced it. Yeah, I awarded no points and may God have mercy on its souls. Exactly. The Billy Madison monologue. Like, it's... I can imagine being fair, somebody playing this game on launch, buying it, playing it with an eye toward being a completionist, doing everything, and just like washing over them, right? Not coming at it from a critical perspective, not coming at it from a my time is valuable perspective, just, hey, it's a new Final Fantasy game. Hey, there's some fun cutscenes. Hey, that's crazy. There's 3 Bahamut's, right? Like, playing it like that and doing everything there is to do and not getting to a point where you have to like actually engage with the combat system through deliberate grinding over and over. Especially if you're using a walkthrough, I bet the game is a lot more tolerable with a walkthrough too, because the ways you can fuck up your monster builds feels incredibly stupid, and like asinine is probably the main word I would use to describe this game. It's deeply asinine, right? You like this more than 10-2 because it's more effort. It's less coherent than 10-2, but you feel that they tried harder. I could see that. 10-2 is much more of a disaster than I remembered it being, where I was like actually shocked coming back to it. I'm like, wow, this, like I had the take that everybody has. There's like kind of a culturally emergent 10-2 take. Is like, wow, that game is awful, but like the combat system's kind of cool, right? Like the dress sphere system is a neat idea. But I think like we're remembering the idea of the dress sphere system, but not the actual dress sphere system, which in practice during a normal playthrough is kind of stupid and pointless, and most of the abilities are dumb and a waste of time. Didn't take 3 separate burnouts over more than that many years to do a full playthrough. Yeah, I might have recency bias with hating this one. I really hated 13, but it's far enough in the past now that I just have like vague gesturings of negativity toward it, whereas this is like fresh in my mind, but there's nothing here. It's empty. And I think it's a really good enduring demonstration of what was happening to Square Enix. Like, I don't think Sakaguchi is this brilliant auteur and that he's the only creator who can make anything good at Square. I think they've made a lot of good stuff since his departure. And a lot of like even just fine stuff that's not, you know, amazing, but at least like acceptable and not an incomprehensible mess like this is. But I just really think they handed the reins to the wrong people for a very long time. And this kind of feels like the height of hubris, right? Like, it sounds like Final Fantasy 14 1.0 is more exemplative of that, but that product no longer exists. I can't go play 14 1.0 to see how bad things actually got. So this is the closest I think I'm going to get to seeing it. And it's crazy to me. Like, there's just so many choices where it's like, it gives you that feeling of like, wow, a group of people saw this choice and was like, yeah, that's fine. Sure. Whatever. Like, it's $75 to play 14 1.0 at launch. It was dire. I've seen stuff about it. I've seen like videos. I've heard like the anecdotes about, you know, a barrel having the same number of polygons as a player character, right? But yeah, we'll get to 16 eventually. My expectation is that 16 is going to be a broadly coherent experience that I might be kind of unimpressed by, but like I'm not going to be like, oh my god, that was one of the worst things I've ever put in my brain, right? So it sounds like it's fine, maybe even pretty good, right? This is not fine though. This game is not fine. It is broken at every conceivable level, and there is nothing redeeming about it to me. Trying to think, is there a game I've played that I felt this like I feel hatred toward this game. I'm mad that this game exists. It's like offensive to me. I did that before it became apparent that any kind of use of AI voice generation was like deeply unethical. I made that Disco Elysium narrator clip where I was talking about how like this is like psychically offensive to me, and I still stand by what I said in that. I think I included that in one of these episodes at the beginning. Sakaguchi's a gremlin. His employees at Mistwalker have to log into 14 to yell at him to come to meetings. It's cute. 14 existed at the same time as well. I had to use basic attack command every round because the gameplay decision makers were convinced they had no need to see what any other MMO was doing. Right, that's the kind of hubris I'm talking about. There's this just like baked into this game, especially in 13, but in this one too, there's this feeling that we are invincible. There is nothing that we can do that's wrong or bad, and we should just take the first idea that pops into our head and just fucking do it, right? Every single time, just whatever the first thing we come up with, don't test it, it's tested. That's what's infuriating, is that like the game's not buggy. It's not like Sonic 06 where there's like clearly unfinished animations and levels and stuff. But they didn't turn their ideas over in their own minds before committing anything to code, before writing out their plan. They just thought maybe it should be this. Okay, fine. Like, and they did that with the story. They did that with the combat. They did that with the whole time travel concept. They did that with the side questing. They did that with the Mog shit. They did that with the fragment skills. They're all just fucking weird. and inappropriate and off, and the whole game just feels like wrong. Like Yoshinori Kitase. I think a lot of the like sins that I lay at the feet of Nomura are just like enduring trauma from Kingdom Hearts, and that actually Kitase is one of the big villains. But it sounds like he was involved with a lot of the good Final Fantasies too. Maybe it's just like he shouldn't have power, right? Like he should be on the creative team, but he should not be put in charge of anything. Neither should Nomura. This is what they wanted it to be. Yes, thank you, Terranin. Like, there's so many games where you play Sonic 06 and you're like, this is a disaster because they were way too ambitious with their ideas and they weren't able to deliver on it. And so they had to put out something that usually shouldn't even get released, right? It's like so bad that you shouldn't see it. Same with Resident Evil 6. Their idea of, oh, you're going to play as all these different characters. Too ambitious, scope creep problem, right? This game doesn't, it feels like it's exactly what they wanted to make, and that's shocking and offensive. I'd rather it not be exactly what they wanted to make. I'd rather they like have to cut a lot of corners at the last second. Because like even 13 has that going for it. 13 feels like it's this huge, epic, crazy ambitious, massive scope story, and they spend a ton of time on cinematics and story at the beginning, and then you get to the Calm Lands and it's like, fuck, we're out of money. Like, well, the game needs to be like 30 hours long, so we got to like string it along here, right? So at least you kind of feel like, okay, well, they bit off more than they can chew. But I don't feel that in this case. I feel like they almost cynically knew that maybe they learned from Final Fantasy 13-1 that we can't go at this too ambitiously. We have to like keep the scope low, but try to create the impression of a massive scope, which just isn't there, right? And that like attempting to create the impression of scope infects every piece of content in this game. It's not just the story, it's not just the cutscenes, it's the combat system itself is made to feel more intense than it is the dungeon design. That final dungeon is one of the worst final dungeons I've ever played in any RPG. And there's some pretty bad ones, right? But even just like visually, it's dull. It looks like crap. The actual mechanic you're supposed to do is really boring and slow, right? It's not interesting. They're not doing puzzles. The bosses and the enemies and the cutscenes all spawn at arbitrary positions along the way. It's bad. The same city background. You already had 2 zones in, right? It's like they use the time travel concept exclusively as a way to save money. I don't mind time travel as a way to save money. I don't mind like, okay, we're going to go to this town with these assets and then we're going to go to the future and past versions of that town and you'll like lightly change the textures, but you can keep the same skeleton, maybe even keep the same enemies and palette swap them. That's totally fine. Like, you know, the world maps in games like Chrono Trigger feel great. It's a responsible use of time travel to do asset reuse, but here it's so cynical and so frustrating. It's time to head to the mystic residing in serendipity with the paradox scope. This fragment skill will give you the courage to face challenges you thought were impossible. What? Okay. I'm good. Thank you. I guess I'll save really quick. They use time travel to have you go fight skeletons in ruins. Yeah. I award you no points. I'll put this on How Long to Beat, and I'll probably put it at a 0%. Awful. Look forward to 13.3, just because it sounds like it's maybe new blood and maybe different. It's probably still a disaster, but I can't. At the end of 13.1, it was difficult for me to imagine a sequel possibly being more of a disaster than the first game. I'm like, this is one of the worst things I've ever encountered. This is awful. This is so bad. At least with a sequel, they'll have made the game already and they'll know what not to do. But then they like doubled down and did it even worse. So maybe it's folly to go into 3 and saying, well, this time clearly there can't be a bottom to the barrel. I pray that I've seen the bottom of the barrel. I hope so. I would just, for stream content reasons, I would like it to be more interesting. I don't like complaining constantly. It's not fun to be this upset and be this annoyed and to hate something so much. I like liking games. That's why my stream theme is let's beat every awesome game, because I enjoy passionately speaking about things that are good. And being critical like this, like it's such a drag, man. So hopefully 13.3 doesn't suck. We'll do that, then we'll do 15 and then 16, and then we'll move on to some other franchise like Mario or Mega Man or something.